As in, as in,
Morning, oh, morning.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, sir.
In the next few minutes, we will start. So, can we have a Christian brother or sister or a Muslim brother or sister to pray for us to kick start?
صلوا على نبي الكريم. صلوا على نبي الكريم.
Okay.
اللهم صل على محمد وعلى ال محمد كما صليت على ابراهيم وعلى ال ابراهيم انك حميد مجيد. اللهم بارك على محمد كما باركت على ابراهيم وعلى ال ابراهيم في العالمين انك حميد مجيد. ربنا اتنا في الدنيا حسنه وفي الاخره حسنه وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزه عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. امين.
Amen. Can we have a Christian brother or sister, please? Can a Christian brother or sister pray for us?
Father, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ,
Amen.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this grace, the privilege of life, the privilege to gather here all together for this lecture. Lord, we ask for your strength, wisdom. Let your peace and blessings be with us throughout.
Amen.
Amen.
So, once it's test, our lecturer will now start. Dr. Rex, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning. My spirit by and conquer of it. Not so sure. Dream, you're good. Counting because counting the 5,000. Counting Jesus. Run all the things. Yeah, me.
All right, good morning, participants.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
Yeah.
sir.
I want to welcome every one of you to our day 4 of the executive track A and track B workshop.
Thank you very much.
Today, we are going to be discussing on module 4. Module 4 is procurement of works and works contracts. And under this module 4, with me taking this module 4 is Professor Herbert Mwoko. He's going to join us in the course of this lecture, and he's going to be handling 2 sections. So for today, I would first of all like us to understand that module 4, we have 10 sections in module 4. But for the purpose of this workshop, we are going to be discussing 4 sections with various exercises. Now, the areas we are going to be discussing in module 4, we are going to be looking at introduction to procurement of works and types of contracts in works. I know that yesterday you guys treated procurement of goods. So for today, we are going to be looking at introduction to procurement of works and types of contracts in works procurement. Then we are also going to be discussing standard bidding documents for works. Then looking at instruction to bidders and bid data sheets. Then we're also going to be discussing in another section price adjustments, procedures in small and large works contracts. Professor Moko is going to be handling that section. And we're also going to be looking at conditions of contract for small and large works. Professor Moko will also handle that section. Then in these 4 sections I have just mentioned, I've talked about introduction to procurement of works and types of contracts in works procurement. That's the first we are going to be looking at today. Thereafter, I will also take us on standard bidding documents for works and instruction to bidders and bid data sheets. So in all these sections, we are going to be having some exercises where we are going to be brainstorming, discussing, bringing, examples from various works procurement. We have envisaged problems, and we see how we can solve such problem. Now, having taken us through on what is expected of module 4 in today's, I would like to begin with this lecture as we look at introduction to procurement of works and types of contract in works procurement. I hope every one of you can hear me.
Sound and clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Very good. So we are going to continue with that as we begin with the introduction. Like as I said, my name is Dr. Rex Ugulu, and I'm the research coordinator for procurement management in Center of Excellence, Sustainable Procurement and Environment and Social Standard. And I also doubled as the head of department of quantity surveying. So beginning with introduction to procurement of works. The first I would like us to look at is the learning objectives of this section. Now, by the end of this section, I expect that all the participants will be able to understand the key differences between procurement of works and works. Yesterday, you all treated procurement of goods. So by the time we finish this procurement of works, every one of you should be able to understand the key differences between goods and works and procurement. Then also, it's expected that the participants should be able to recognize most common types of contracts in the procurement of works, and also not just the types of contract. You should also be able to understand the factors that influence the choice of a particular contract. Then also, it's expected that as a part of another learning objectives is that every participant should be able to recognize the risks faced in various types of works contracts, and not just recognizing the risks. The participant should also be able to understand the degree of influence that the employer or the procurement entity can exert on the contractor in each type of these contracts. The reason is that there are some type of contracts that the degree of influence of the employer or the procurement entity is limited. So these are things we are going to be discussing in the course of this section. We are going to begin this by looking at works procurement, by describing works procurement as a category of procurement, a procurement that refers to the construction, procurement that has to deal with repairs, rehabilitation, demolition, restoration, maintenance of civil work, also related services. And when we talk about related services, we are talking about services that have to do with the transportation, insurance, installation, commissioning, and training. So these are all regarded as works procurement, or you can regard them as categories of work procurement. Now, if you look at the Multilateral Development Bank, the procurement technology. So the construction of industrial facility, we have, like, for example, like the power plants, the power substation, destinations and sewage treatment plants. All these they are factories. They are not actually considered as civil.
Please, let's mute ourselves.
Works.
Please, let's mute ourselves.
They are considered as combination of goods and works. And in this type of construction, you discover that the cost of the goods. The cost of the goods components in most cases exceeds the cost of the civil works component. And such construction normally have a different bidding document. And that different bidding document is what is called, you can now call it design, supply, and installation of electromechanical plants. Just like when you are building things like refineries. You are building breweries. You see that you have more of goods installation than civil installation. I hope you guys can hear me, please. Can you all hear me clear?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Sound and clear, Doc.
Yes, sir, we can hear you clear.
Okay, thank you. So we can now progress. Now, this model Model 4 we are discussing, it explores everything that has to do with construction of civil works. And this construction of civil works can include supply and installation of minor plants like electromechanical machineries and the supplies. But the dominant cost components that we are going to be discussing in this section is works, civil works, civil works. So that is the dominant cost component that we are going to be looking at in this section. Then this model, model 4, is what we are discussing in this model is based on World Bank through multilateral development bank bidding documents, especially with regards to small works and large works. I want you to understand that each time you hear small works, you are referring to procurements that are using condition of contract, which is developed by multilateral development bank based on the NEC engineering form of contract, which is called NEC. Then also, when you talk about large works, we are referring to works that are using FIDIC conditions of contract for civil works, second edition of 2017. And also, the way you can differentiate small works and large works is any work that is above $10 million is regarded as large works. I hope that is clear. Can you hear me, please?
Okay, Doc.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right.
We can hear you.
So, like as I said
Yes, we can hear
small
you.
works. How you distinguish small works and large works are this. Small works are works where you use conditions of contract that are developed by multilateral development banks on new engineering contract form. So you use new engineering contract form for small works, while for large works, you use the FIDIC condition of contract for civil works second edition. Now, another way you can use to distinguish small works and large work is that small works are works below $10 million, while large works are works that are above $10 million. This is how to differentiate them. Now, in both, the bidding documents are based on works that are designed by the employer. And minor components can be designed by the contractor, especially when it is requested by the procurement entity. Now, I just want us to take a look at the difference between goods and works procurement. Now, if you look at the difference, I have decided to present it in a table outline to give us a better understanding. Now, in goods procurement, you discover that the goods procurements, they are manufactured at the premises of the provider. Who is the provider? The client. So now the provider is in this case of goods, there is the manufacturer. So, but when it comes to procurement of works, the procurement of works, they are built on the premises or land of the employer or the building owner. Then, when we talk about goods procurement, it's supplied by a manufacturer or a supplier who is generally endowed with a working capital. But when it comes to works procurement, it is built by a contractor who are not expected to be heavily capitalized and who must be paid periodically as the work progresses. And that is why we have what we call stage payment or interim payment, where certificates are raised to enable the contractor to earn some money that will enable him to progress with the project without failure. Now, in goods procurement, inspections of compliance with specifications and performance, they are almost invariably undertaken by the buyer once at completion of the product. Now, but when it comes to works procurement, you have very rigid inspections of quality of inputs and workmanship and other compliance to specifications and productions, which is scheduled on continuous basis throughout this works execution. That is where you have those in quality assurance. You have the quality assurance engineers and quality assurance team raising things like WIR work inspection report for every stage of the work. Before you progress from foundation to from substructure to superstructure, every stage of that substructure has a work inspection report and a certification to enable you progress to each of the stages. Now, in goods procurement, the terminology that is used for the contract parties is normally buyer stroke purchaser or seller. You have the buyer, you have the purchaser, you have the seller. That is terminology. But when it comes to procurement of works, the terminology that is normally used in the contract is the parties. You have the employer and contractor. So there are more to these differences which we are discussing. Now, when it comes to goods procurement, no representative of the buyer with a specific role to undertake continuous quality inspections. But when it comes to works procurement, you must have an engineer who is nominated to represent the employer or the building owner or the client for quality inspection, progress monitoring, and certifications of payment. And that is where you have the consultants playing this role to make sure that the interest of the client or the building owner is protected. Then also you have an adjudicator is also appointed by the employer and the contractor in situations where there are issues to resolve. So in cases there are issues between the contractors and the clients, so it can be resolved between the parties in first instance, either through mediation or through arbitration, before you can begin to think of escalating it into normal court actions. Now, when you have bigger contracts, a dispute adjudication board usually replaces a single adjudicator. So in large projects, in large contracts, you have what is called a dispute adjudication board. But when they are small projects, you can have a single adjudicator who mediate into issues and resolve it to ensure that that project is not disturbed or obstructed. Now, in goods procurement, no consent by the purchaser towards appointment of subcontractors by the manufacturers to supplier. But when it comes to works procurement, consent by the employer towards engagement of subcontractors by the main contractor is required. So you can't just be a main contractor, you wake up one day, you bring in any type of subcontractor to handle the job for you. No. So you must have a consent. The consent of the employer must be received before you can bring in a subcontractor. Now, a code of conduct for the contractors and subcontractors personnel is always enforced by the employer when it comes to works procurement. Then also in goods procurement, purchase has almost no role in selecting the materials and other inputs to the manufacturing process, apart from setting performance specifications for the products at the onset of the bidding process. But when it comes to works procurement, the employer's representatives, like the consultants that are representing the employer or the building owner, they will always ensure that they inspect every delivery of materials on site. They will issue approvals and make pay a percentage of the price of such material as soon as the materials are delivered to site and they're accepted. So I can go on and keep discussing these differences between goods and works procurement, but I've taken time to enlist majority of them, and I believe that if you take time at your free time, maybe your realization time, just go through all this, and you are going to gain a lot of knowledge from it. So on that note, I want us to look at some factors that influence the choice of the types of works contracts. Can you all hear me, please?
Doc, we're hearing you, sound and clear.
Doc,
Yes,
we can
sir.
hear you.
All good. Now, I want us
Yes, sir,
to
we can
discuss
hear
the
you.
factors influencing the choice of the types of work contract. Now, before you engage or adopt or adapt any type of choice of the types of work contracts, there are factors that you need to put into consideration, and these factors are the factors that influences the type of work contract you adapt or adopt. Now, the type of contract you choose, it will definitely impact the degree of influence which the employer can exercise during the contract execution. There's some type of contract that you choose that will limit the client from the site. While there are some type of contracts that also empowers the client and his representatives to carry out their various inspections and other things. So the procurement entity must choose the contract type at the stage of formulations of the procurement strategy, taking into some factors into considerations. And these factors are things we are going to be discussing now. And number one of them is the nature of complexity of the work. The first thing you have to look at is this project you are embarking on. Is it a two-floor building? Is it a high-rise commercial building? Is it a fallen highway or a rural road? Is it a rural road? Is it a state road? Is it a federal road? And if it's a federal road, is it a two-way highway? Is it a four-way highway? So these are the kind of factors you look at. So that is the kind of things that will influence the type of choice of contract. Then secondly, the size and durations of the contract. Now talking about the size, we begin to think of, is this project a village water network or a water network for a major city? And of course, you know that a village water network can never equate that of a city water network in terms of size. So you have to look at that. For another
Hello,
example
sir. Dr. S.
is
Hello,
it a
sir.
health clinic?
Hello,
For
sir.
another,
Hello, sir.
hello, who is
Hello,
disturbing
sir.
us, please?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
There's one Madam Edith that is making noise, please. Can you mute her? Can you mute her?
All right. It's okay. All right. It's okay. Just put everyone again. Just put everyone again. All right. So I was talking about the. Yes, but you can hear me now. I know you
Yes,
can
Doc,
hear
we're hearing you.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yes,
All right. So, all right. So we're talking about the factors that influence the choice of procurement contracts. Now, we have talked about the nature and complexity of the works. Now, we are talking about the size and duration. The next we are going to look at is the degree of definitions of the works and the element of risk, stroke uncertainty. Now, you will agree with me that when it comes to degree of works and element of risk, you have work that are underground, and you have work that are above the ground. Now, you agree with me that the works that are underground, that the degree of risk and the degree of element of uncertainty is always very high compared to the works above the ground. So these are the kind of things you consider when you want to make a choice on the types of contracts. Then another aspect we're going to talk about is the status of design, whether the design at the point of that contract formation, the status of design is at preliminary stage or is at final design stage, or the status of the design is at completion stage. Then also, the next we are going to talk about is the technical capability, the design and supervisory resources of the procurement entity and the employer. Of course, if the procurement entity or the employer does not have the technical capability, what we mean by technical capability, like the consultants, the professionals, the engineers, the architects, the quantity surveyors, the land surveyors, and all those that makes up the team, the building team. So if the procurement entity or the employer does not have this technical staff, of course, that will also influence the choice of contracts, the choice and types of contracts. Then another factor that we put into consideration is the financial resources available, and also budget constraints. Sometimes the procurement entity representing the client or the owner of the building may have financial constraints. And not just that they have financial constraints, they might also not have the borrowing capacity to borrow any fund. So if you don't have the finance to finance a project, and secondly, you don't have the borrowing capacity. So what it means is that you have to look out for a contract types that will give you opportunity to execute that project without affecting you financially. Then another factors we are going to talk about is the previous experience of the procurement entity. Now, the previous experience of the procurement entity is also another important factor, because if the procurement entity prior experience is that they have handled such contracts in the past, it's also a plus on them. So it means they have the knowledge, the skills to embark on that project. But if not, it means that you have to look at for a contract type where you can exploit design concepts from the contractor. Then also another factor we are looking at is the type of contract that is incorporated in the national standard bidding document. Now, the national standard bidding document has already spelled out the type of contracts that should be used in small works and large works. And also the type of contract, both the form of contract and the types of contract. So you have to first of all look at what this national this standard bidding document for what band stipulates concerning this project before you begin to think of the type of contract to adopt. Now, how discuss these various factors that influence the choice of contract, I want us to now look at the types of works contracts to give us a good understanding. Now, the types of works contracts for the types of works contracts, one, we have three basic types of works contracts. And from these three basic is where every other rules emanate from. And the first is the lump sum contract. So we have the lump sum contract, and this lump sum contract is also regarded as all-inclusive price. Hold on, please. Let me. All right. So let me check something. Let me get this. All right. Okay, so let's continue. Now, we have three basic types of work contracts, and it's from these three basic type of work contracts that every other variants of contracts are being derived. You begin to have the adaptation of one contract plus this, plus that, plus that. So, and these three basic we have the first contract type as lump sum contract. And this lump sum contract is the all-inclusive price. We have the second, we have the another type is the unit rate. And the unit rate types of contract is other name is the ad measurement, or you can also call it the remeasurement contract. Then the last one is the reimbursable cost type of contract. And under the reimbursable type of contract, we have the reimbursable plus fee type of contract, and these are paid against inputs by the contractors, and they have various variants. Under the reimbursable type of contract, you can also have the one they call reimbursable plus fees fee. You can also have the cost reimbursable plus percentage fee, and you can also have the reimbursable plus variable incentive fee. Now, for each you choose. So each of these type of contract, when selected, the choice of contract will definitely have an impact on that project. For instance, it will have an impact on the subsequent stage of the procurement. It will have an impact on the content of the bidding document. It will also have an impact on the degree of influence of the employer during contract execution. So when you are making a choice, you must first of all understand the need of the clients and also to be able to know the type you want to choose. And also you look at what type of contract was incorporated in the national standard bidding document. Now, let's discuss each of these type of works contract in detail, beginning with lump sum contract. So when we talk about lump sum contract, they are contracts that you can describe as small contract, a contract that is well defined and works, a contract that has duties of short duration. This is how you recognize the lump sum contract. And also, the lump sum contracts are contracts that are not subject to large variations or risk. And lump sum contracts are also contracts where constructions are mainly above ground level. So you should now understand why it is lump sum contract. So, and when also lump sum contracts are contracts that are also large. You can have a large industrial process plants, especially when you are constructing using a turnkey, if it's a turnkey project. But if it's a turnkey project on that stage, you can have normally a two-stage bidding process by the design and by contractor. Then lump sum contracts are very good because when you use a lump sum contract, especially the building owner or the client, they understand it very easily in the sense that they are fixed sum for budgeting. So the client is okay, oh, very good. I'm spending 50 million naira for this project. No addition, no less. I think I have the budget to go about it. So he won't be having sleepless nights. So the good thing about this lump sum contract is that they are fixed sum for budgeting. They are very easy to administer. They have little or no measurement on it. Then also in lump sum contract, they are less documentation. They are not complex. Then they also have price breakdown, especially when they want to handle some quantities variations. And the price adjustment mechanisms are also provided in lump sum contracts. But however, just like the saying that wherever where you have every advantage, there is a disadvantage. It has its own drawbacks, and the major drawbacks that lump sum contract has is that a lump sum contract is very, very inflexible to change, and where they have high risks or uncertainty, it becomes very difficult. You can't use it. Then another thing we're going to talk about now is the unit rate, or which is also known as the reimbursable stroke hard measurement type of contract. Now, under the reimbursable or hard measurement type of contract, which is called known as unit rate, it is normally used for most infrastructure construction, especially where you want to have projects that are large. You want to construct projects that are small, whether they are of moderate risk or they are short or longer duration. You can use this unit rate type of contract. Now, unit rate type of contracts are also used for construction where you have a substantial below the ground work or substantially above the ground level. Now, the good thing about this unit rate type of contract is that it provides a equitable basis for bidding. Now, you might have a new contractors who may want to showcase themselves in a project. So the unit rate gives them opportunity, to have their bidding. And also, it facilitates bid comparison and evaluation. There's a table to change, and they also have periodic payments that also is a contractor's cash flow requirement. And one good thing is that the unit rate can also accommodate for lump sum items. Now, still on the unit rate, we're going to look at some issues or challenges when we are using unit rates. And some of those issues or drawbacks are things like problems with unbalanced unit rates. So there might be big variations and that can cause a problem. The risk of quantity variations that are borne by the employer. There are situations where you have quantity variations, maybe a quantity is supposed to be 200, and in the course of construction, you discover that quantity was actually 250 or 350. And that variation is going to be taken care of by the client. Then also, there is need for precise measurement of work performed. And so for you to have this precise measurement of work performed, it also has to deal with a lot of costs, because you need an expert that will help you to carry out these measurements. Then cost of preparation of detailed design and BOQ, because of course you are going to have different design. You are going to have the architectural designs, you are going to have the structural design, the services and design, the way you bring in electrical engineer, you bring in mechanical engineer, and various experts to come and perform their various tasks. Then also, there's high supervisory administrative costs. Of course, when you bring in all these professionals to bring in their wealth of knowledge, advice, and various products in this project, of course, you are going to pay for their administrative charges. Now, let's talk about the cost reimbursable contract. Cost reimbursable contract. Now, in reimbursable contracts, the cost reimbursable contract, they are contracts that are used for open-ended emergency situations. Exactly, the example is where you have HP stroke floods. Remember there was last year where we had in the country that flood has taken over some states. I think there was 1 year again where the flood, they said the dam in Cameroon was open and the flood took over the whole state, and many homes were lost and people were running into refugee camps. So, of course, you must build something like a shelter for them, just like when we experienced the new normal in year 2020, that's the COVID-19, where there was need to build some shelters for all the COVID-19 victims. So you can use the cost reimbursable contract for this type of constructions. You can use it for where you have earthquakes, where you have floods, where you have high risk and uncertainty. For example, you have areas of war and tunnels and the like. Of course, we have some areas of war, especially some of the states in Nigeria that have been classified as very high risk, especially some northern areas because of the issue of Boko Haram, the issue of insurgents and the likes. So like such areas where the risk is very, very high and uncertainty, most contractors may not want to bid in such places, and you might want to use this cost reimbursable plus fee type of contracts. Then also where you have preliminary defined concept design on the high return through innovative plans for private sectors, of course. So when you have the private sectors like the banks, and they also want to use the cost reimbursable contracts. Now, the cost reimbursable contract, it has its own good side of it again, the advantages. One good thing about it is that it promotes early mobilizations and rapid start. So the contractor, it mobilizes very fast to the site and begins work. The contractor assumes it for no risk. That's another good thing about this type of contracts, because the majority of the risk is borne by the building owner, who is the client. Then also, it has its own disadvantage. And the disadvantage is that this type of contract is inappropriate for competitive bidding. So it's very, very inappropriate. It will not give opportunity for other contractors who are not known for them to, advertise themselves and show their expertise on what they can do. Then another disadvantage is that with fixed fee, there will be no incentive for quality or timely work. And also with a percentage fee, there will also be no incentive to limit costs. And another disadvantage is that there must be an additional employer or staff that is needed to monitor the cost of what is happening on that site. Because if not, it means that you are going to be at the mercy of the contractor. Now, we also have different variants of basic contract types. So, like as I mentioned earlier, that the three basic type of contract we have is the unit rate, the lump sum contract, the unit rate, and the cost reimbursable contract. So, from this cost reimbursable, these three basic, that is where we derive every other variant. So, we are going to be discussing some of these variants. And one of them we are going to be talking about is design, supply, installation, and commissioning. So, and it's used for pumping stations, transmission, towers, pipelines, and generators, and the likes. Then, this type of contract, design, supply, installation, and commissioning, you discover that in this type of contract, there are partly goods and partly works, but more goods than works. There are more goods than works. And also, it's normally a single responsibility for a whole. Now, you have lump sum can be used for minor works, or a combination of lump sum, unit rates, contracts. Then, why major goods components, for example, use of World Bank standard bidding document for works, which allow minor electromechanical plants are also used. Then for large project plants, you will have standard bidding document of design, supply, and installation of electronical plant. Now, in this design, supply, and installation, and you discover that it's a combination of lump sum and also a unit rate type of contract. So you adapt from lump sum, you adapt from a unit rate. Now, another type of contract we're going to talk about is design and build as to construct. So under the design and build type of construct, it's normally used for major bridges. Like if you are building public buildings or you are building monuments, this is where you use design and build constructs. Now, under the design and build contract is where you want to explore latest concept design, innovative construction experts, Like, for example, the client is trying to build an innovative building, a building that has not been seen anywhere. So he has to look for what? Design and build, just like the name. Design, the contractor will design, and do what? We build it. So let's say you want to build an aeroplane house. I know, not every city has an aeroplane house. You want to build a ship house. It's not every city that has a ship house. So you must first of all think of a contractor who can design a ship house or an aeroplane house, even if that aeroplane is not going to fly. But that aeroplane must be an aeroplane, and it must be an aeroplane house that will house every occupant. So you must look for a contractor who has such design capabilities to design it, construct it, and put it in reality. Yes.
So in terms of people that bid for the contracts, we no longer look at the lower contractors. Now, bigger contractors like Julius Berger.
Yes.
And
Yes. You'll be looking at people with experience, experts.
private experience.
All right. So thank you for that question. Then also in design and build constructs, the pre-qualification, they are normally of two-stage bidding. And then the design documents, you have like soil and site survey, like including structural design and loading parameters, they are also there made. Then you have complex bid evaluation in this type of contracts. You have complex bid evaluation. Design, time, payments, and quality. They are all, we see all of them in the bid evaluation. And normally it's lump sum with quantity price variations. Then we also have another type of contract we call the turnkey epic type of contract. Under the turnkey contract is for complex industrial process plants, especially when you are building petrol refineries, steel mills. So when you are building petrol refineries or steel mills, breweries. So we look at this type of project as a turnkey epic projects. And under this type of projects, the contractor delivers a complete working package, including the detailed design, meeting, and the ends and product requirements. Now, in turnkey projects, preferably it's of a two-step bidding. You normally use two-step bidding, and normally lump sum contract with price adjustment for long durations. And all turnkey projects normally use the FIDIC form of contract. So it is called FIDIC or epic turnkey type of form of contract of 2017 revised edition. Now, there's another thing, another type of contract to call target cost. Now, target costs are also used for conditions of high uncertainty and unquantifiable risks. And just like we talked about that of cost reimbursable, under the private sectors, they use this target cost. And target costs are essentially cost plus incentive fee. So cost reimbursable plus incentive fee. Now, savings are shared or cost overruns are penalized according to final target cost. So the question now is, what is final target cost? So we can say that final target cost is initial total cost with updates. So initial total cost with updates. What are the updates? The updates can be all the cost overrun. What are the things that causes the cost overrun? Variations, design changes, all the things that leads to it, instructions, delays. So by the time you put all of them together, those updates, if you add it to the initial contract sum, it gives you the final target cost. Now, another type of contract we're going to talk about is the goods concessionary. Now, goods is a concessionary type of project contract. And that is the popular one that is called PPP, public-private partnerships. Now, under the public-private partnerships, they are used for revenue-earning projects where you want to build a toll road, you want to build power, You want to build power station, water station, you want to build hospitals, you want to build prisons, you want to build cemeteries. You can use this kind of concessionary projects. Essentially concessionary contract that has to include financing. So it has to include financing of that project. Then also, it's normally useful when the procurement entity, that is the owner of the building, has limited budget or borrowing capacity. So when the owner or the procurement entity does not have the financial muscle to embark on that project, and they don't also have the borrowing capacity, they can move into this project because they are revenue earning projects. And that is why you see in recent time, the government has been encouraging this type of project, PPP. A typical example, if you look at the Onitsha Second Niger Bridge, the Asaba Onitsha Second Niger Bridge is a typical example of this project. Just a minute, please. So let's continue. Now, we're talking about this good type of project, type of contract. We said also that it's useful when the project owner or project entity has limited budget or borrowing capacity. And also, cost and risks are normally borne by the both investors. So you see that when it comes to risk, the project owner doesn't have, has little or no risk because the risks are being borne by the both investors. Then also, you have proposed tariff. The proposed tariff now is the revenue to investors. The major considerations in bid evaluations are also given. Then the variance. We have different variants. We have the LMOT, we have the DB. I will explain this one later. Then we also have the concessional agreement. The concessional agreement for this both concessionary is that it must be within 15 to 30 years period, so that the both investor will be able to recover the cost of their capital and also earn profits on that project. Then another area we're going to look at is to look at the boot concessionary, which is the PPP. Now, there are some, in drafting the concessionary agreement, there are some considerations that are given. And some of those considerations that are given by the procurement entity are one, the land use, the existing properties, stroke utilities must be put into consideration. Then also design and performance standard of the building, the environmental requirements, the risk sharing, the regulations of tariff, then subsidies, if any, and other public sector financing has to be into consideration. Then operating and maintenance requirements will be into consideration in drafting the agreement. Then also conditions of facility are transfer and transfer price. Of course, we agree with me that a project that is being constructed under concessionary projects or both contract type, and after 30 years of that construction, there must have been some depreciation. So you have to look at the facility, the transfer price, and the condition of that facility before you want to transfer it. Then also provisions for possible extension of concession period is also there. Why the provisions are made is that it's possible that at the end of that 30 years, the both concessionary investors may not have been able to recover their cost of capital. So you need to, you need to do what? Extend the concessionary time or period to enable them to recoup their capital and also make some profits. Now, another thing we have is a typical boot structure. Now, if you know that I have here a framework for me, presented a framework, and this framework is produced from the World Bank materials. So this framework gives us a typical example of a build, operate, and transfer project structure. Now, you can see from the framework, you have the initiator, the government, the host government, you have the concessionary agreement, you have the company, the project company, and then you also have the investors, the shareholders. Then under the host government, you have the government, you also have the commercial banks, and the stroke loan agreement, who of course, and that has to finance the project. Then of course, you also have insurance policy, because that project also needs to be insured. Then you have the operation maintenance contracts. From the project company, you are going to have the operation maintenance contract. You're also going to have the construction contract and the supply contracts. So all under the project company. So this is just a typical example of a boot structure. Now, we are not going to talk about employer influence to risk in relation to procurement method or to contract types. Like as I earlier mentioned to you, that the type of contract that you choose determine the level of risk that is being exacted on that contract. Now, for instance, we have a contract. The normally one we call a first contract a direct labor contract. A direct labor contract is one that is normally used in most MDAs and even some private sectors. They use it direct labor, especially for very small works or maintenance work. So we have the direct contract. Now, if you look at the direct contract, these are where you have a self-design to construct, you supervise, you finance, and you have the advanced detailed design. Now, if you look at the risks involved in direct labor is very high. The risk is very high because the procurement entity or the building owner, the whole risk will be upon it, especially when you have a wrong design. That is where you see you begin to destroy the building again and you start all over. Then we have the ad measurement, which is also known as the unit rate. If you look at it, then also it's still high a bit because it's high in the sense that the risks that are involved in selecting pre-qualified bidders, the risks involved in competitive bidding, you also have risks involved in variations of required employers' approval. So because of these categories of involvement of these professionals, and the cost of competitive bidding, the cost of selecting a pre-qualified bidder, the cost of variations, from the employer approval. So they are all risks, and it's also high. Then another is supply and installations to design and build. That you also have. There's also risks there, especially because of the two-stage bidding or pre-qualification for normal. The period of two-stage bidding is if you translate it to cost, is going to be a high cost. Then also we have the lump sum, which also include minor components, design and construct. All that minor components, when you put all of them, they are also cost, and it's also a risk. Then now, as we begin to move down, you move to like turnkey projects. That for turnkey project, the risk begin to come down. It begins to come down, where you begin to use the two-stage bidding normal and lump sum contract for specified end products. So at this stage, because in this turnkey project, most times you use them for some like revenue earning project like private companies. And private company normally bring in like cost reimbursable, and most of the risks are shifted to the private company. So you discover that the risk at this stage becomes low. Then where you now have the boot concessionary contract type of contract, you discover that all the contract inputs and finance, they are normally provided by the investors group. So there is nothing like operating revenue that is being accrued to the public authority. So on this, you see that the boot concessionary type of contract is one that has the lowest risks. of course, the public or the government has nothing to lose. So now you see that that's how the lowest type of risk. Now I have decided to we have some questions that we are going to discuss in this. I want every one of us to unmute ourselves now. I hope you all can hear me.
Yes, Doc, we're hearing.
All right, so
yes, we are hearing you, sir. Yes, sir, we are hearing you.
Yes, as we
Very
come towards
audible.
the end of this, I just want us to discuss this question. Number one,
We are hearing, sir.
now, if procurement of works, I want to ask the question, is procurement of works, does it concern with the construction, repairs, or maintenance of infrastructures? I don't want a cross answer, you can just indicate an answer. So when we say procurement of works, does it concern with construction? Does it concern repair? Does it concern maintenance or infrastructure? Can somebody give me a yes or no answer? And if yes, why?
Yes.
Whether on an exchange, because I don't know. Call it back.
So who is speaking?
Yes, Doc, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Who is speaking?
Yes, yes, the answer is yes, no.
Okay, the answer is yes. So if it's yes, that procurement of work concerns with the construction, repair, or maintenance of infrastructure. So who can give us example of procurement of works that has to do with construction and repair? Just an example.
Road construction works.
Thank you so much. Then let's look at another question. Does works procurement require detailed specifications and drawing before contract award?
Yes, Doc.
It's no, sir. Number 5 is no, sir. Number 5 is no.
Yes, I differ. Is yes. Does
yes.
works procurement require detailed
Detailed
specification and drawings
specification and
before
drawing,
contract
yes.
award? Yes.
Yes.
It is yes.
Okay. So how many people agree yes?
The eyes have it.
Yes.
Okay, the answer is yes.
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 The answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Works procurement require detailed
Number 5
specifications
is yes.
and
Number
drawings
5 is
before
yes.
contract
With a
award.
lump sum contracts.
Only used in work procurement. A lump sum.
So even if you are using design and build, so you are still going to have all
Lump
this
sum
in
contract
that
is
works
for
procurement.
Type
So
of
another
contract
question
commonly
is
used in
a lump sum contract a type of contract commonly
no
used
lump sum is
in
used
works
for
procurement?
services,
Not necessarily.
consultancies.
Yes.
Number 3 is no.
So can someone answer for us?
Number 3 is no.
Is a lump sum contract a type of contract commonly used in works procurement?
Not necessarily.
No.
Consulting service.
Can someone answer that? How many of you know how to use the electronic button? Just raise up your hand and answer. I will tell you to go ahead.
Some contract is mostly used for consulting services.
First of all, answer yes or no.
No, sir. No, sir. It's used for consultancy. That is the number 3. No, sir. It's not. Yes, it's always
not
used for
common.
consultancy, sir. Lump
The
sum.
answer is no.
Number 3.
So the first thing to help us to
Raise your hand and let
understand
it
this,
fall. That is the simple
we
instruction that is
started by
given.
discussing about lump sum contracts. I would say that lump sum contracts are used for contracts of short duration,
Yes.
contracts that are above ground level, then contracts with specifications. So we specify it. So is lump sum contracts now, can we say is a type of contract commonly used in works procurement? Yes or no?
No.
No.
No, sir. No, sir.
Let's give a curious
I
answer.
can see AV. All those that are giving answer, please.
Okay. Do I have the floor, Doc?
You have the floor. Go ahead.
Let me take the question and the answer together. Is a lump sum contract a type of contract commonly used in works procurement? The answer is no, sir.
All right, thank you very much. So I want to let us know that lump sum contract is a type of contract that is commonly used in works procurement. The answer is yes. Now, when we started, I mentioned to you that we have basically three types of works procurement. One is the lump sum contract, the unit rate contract, and the cost reimbursable contract. And I also told you that it is from these three types of contract that we have every other variants of types of contracts. So we move to the next question, number 4. Can cost reimbursable contract be used when the scope of work is not clearly defined? Yes or no?
No. Because the project contract is when the scope of works is not clearly defined. Cost
Cost
reimbursement, no.
reimbursement contract used when the scope
Cost reimbursement
Yes,
contract
yes, yes. I'm seeing this waiting for you guys.
is not clearly
I would
defined.
say yes, sir, because it paved way for variation. I would say
You have
yes.
somebody to answer.
Way for
Just use
variation.
the electronic button, and I will give you the floor to answer.
Make the question bold again.
Yes,
Zoom the
cost
question again, please.
reimbursement
The question
contract.
is, can cost reimbursable contracts be used when the scope of work is not clearly defined?
No,
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
yes.
Yes. Yes. The
Yes.
answer is yes, sir.
Cost reimbursable
Yes.
can be used when the
The
scope is
answer is yes.
No.
yes.
Because as
The
no
answer is yes.
If you know,
Then
The scope of
the
work is
next
not
question I want to take is this. Is work procurement different from procurement of goods and services?
yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is work procurement different from procurement of goods and services?
Yes.
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 no.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
It's different now.
It's different. All right. Then lastly, can a single project involve multiple types of works contracts? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Yes,
All
sir.
right, thanks. All right, clap yourself.
Yes.
Everyone is doing well.
Totally, we can't clap here for you.
We
So
can
clap
clap.
yourself, use the electronic
Action.
clapping, but do it excellently. All right. So on this note, we have come to the end of this. I have some other exercise. I think we can discuss that later, not now.
It's okay, Doc. I think we appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you so
So
much, sir.
we can now move.
Thank you, sir.
Exercise on procurement section.
All right, so let's move to the next. The next section.
Therefore, correction. Attendance.
All right, I hope you all can hear me, please.
Yes, sir.
Sound and clear,
Yes,
sir.
sir. We can hear you, sir.
I hear you, sir.
All right, so all right, let's progress.
I hear you, sir.
Sir, I have a question, sir.
Right, yes, go ahead.
Sir, I need more explanation about that number 4 about saying cost reimbursement cannot be made when there is no scope of work, sir. Sorry, my name is Abednego. Thank you, sir.
Okay. The question that says that, hold on. That cost reimbursement contracts can be used when the scope of work is not clearly defined. Yes. Now, like as I told you, I said cost reimbursements are used for emergency situations. Especially when you have challenges of earthquake, floods, disasters. Now, and I gave you a typical example that during the COVID-19, where there was need to build shelters for the various yes. Okay, so there was need to build various shelters, and because of the emergency situation, there was need to for appointing some contractors. So once these contractors are given an offer to go and build shelter houses, they move in without the design. So they mobilize the site. Then while on the site, they begin to develop the concept and every other thing, because it's an emergency project. So when you have those emergency projects, you don't really need details of design of such kinds. The essence is that the cost of the word cost reimbursable. The contractor is going to be paid the cost of capital of executing the project, or plus either a percentage fee or a variant fee that is agreed that if you do this work, we are going to pay you 10%, 20% of the total cost you use in executing this project as your profit. I hope it's clear.
Doc, in this circumstance, would there not be frivolity?
Yes, that's the disadvantage I told you about. That is the disadvantage we have when you are using cost reimbursable contracts.
Okay.
And that is also where I mentioned to you that the need where the procurement entity will need to employ a supervisor that will help them to monitor the progress of work. I hope that is clear.
Very clear.
But will it be subject to the process of procurement?
Yes, you see, it's going to be selective. It's going to be selective on this either negotiation, you have negotiation, negotiated procurement bidding. Exactly.
Okay, sir, if I can add my voice to this.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
I'm with you.
Okay, if I can add my voice to this cost reimbursable, basically for some areas where the scope is not clearly stated, where you can expect an additional work. Like if it's a construction in the place where the soil is bad and the actual state of the soil is not clearly defined. So you, in a situation like that, in the course of construction, you get to find out more things unfolding due to the soil condition. So in such circumstance, we use cost reimbursable because it is not clearly defined from the beginning of the project. It's a project where, as you go on, other issues and other things might still come up. So it's been attached in the contracts. That's why mostly we use cost reimbursable contract for this kind of situation, because more things are still yet to be unfolded, and you get to find them while the project is ongoing. So that's why cost reimbursable is ideal for such
Yes.
situation.
Yes. If you recall, I mentioned that they are undefined project scope. So they are undefined project scope, and that is why, as the project is ongoing, you begin to define most of the scope because it's an emergency project.
Yeah.
All right, so we can now move into the next section.
So we are not seeing your screen now.
You are not seeing my screen?
It means your
Yes, sir.
network is poor.
No, it's not poor.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing him. I'm seeing him. I'm seeing Doc. If you are not seeing him, it means your network is poor. That is a little IT knowledge.
I mean,
are you not
his
seeing
screen.
me? Screen. Are you not seeing me? You will see
I'm
it very
seeing
soon.
now.
I've not shared it now. I've not
Doc,
shared
you
the
are
screen.
even enlarging yourself beyond 100%.
No, we need his screen.
Okay.
He's a
All right,
fine
I'm
man.
going to share the screen now, the slide, so that we can
Slide
see
you
it
should be
clearly.
talking about, not screen. So you made us thought it was the screen.
All right, just let me know if you can see the slides now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, your slide is up.
Yes, I'm seeing it now.
All right, so once again, I want to thank every one of you that joined in the first section, section 1 of our Mod 4 training. Just like as I told you, this Module 4 is was contract and introduction to types of works contracts. Just like as I mentioned earlier, this model is, we have two of us that are taking it. With me here is Professor Herbert Moko. Like as I said, he is going to join when we move into section 3 and section 4. So once again, I welcome every one of you to our module 4, section 2. And this section 2, we are going to be discussing standard bidding documents for works. We're also going to be talking about instruction to bidders and bid data sheet. So for this section, the learning objective for this section is that at the end of this section, all the participants present here should be able to understand the structure and the content of the Multilateral Development Bank standard bidding documents, especially when it concerns small and large works. Then also, it's also expected that all the participants should also be able to customize the bid data sheet of the standard bidding documents to suit the specific procurement package requirements. So especially when you get to your various offices as procurement officers, you should be able to customize the bid data sheet to suit your various organizations. Now, having discussed that, said that we are going to start by looking at the World Bank stroke Multilateral Development Bank standard bidding documents for works as a model for such a document in our public procurement. Now, this section, it presents the content of 2 of the World Bank stroke Multilateral Development Bank standard bidding document as a model for the procurement of works. And those 2 models we are going to be talking about is number 1, the World Bank document. And that World Bank document is what is known as one envelope bidding. And one envelope bidding is used for small work with regards to January 2020. And we say that what small works are contracts that are estimated to cost under 10 million US dollars. Remember that we have different type of dollars, please. But the type of dollar we are referring to is US dollars. The what? is multilateral development
I want
banks.
you to sit down here.
Sorry, Doc. I can, if you could zoom your
You know I'm
slide.
busy. I asked you to sit down here.
Please mute your mic. Mute yourself. You are distracting others now.
See, this guy you behave, you got your children to come to class. How will you bring all your children to the class? I have to put all of you now. Okay. Now, so we have the MDBs is known as multilateral development banks. So this, like as I said, that this section presents the content of two of the World Bank stroke multilateral development bank standard bidding documents, and those are namely one, the World Bank documents for one envelope bidding. One envelope bidding is used for small works, and we say that small works are contracts that are estimated to cost under 10 million US dollars. Then we'll have the second one, the World Bank's standard bidding document works based on FIDIC, FIDIC General Conditions of Contract, second editions of 2017. And FIDICs are used for large works. And large works contracts are contracts that are estimated to cost above $10 million. 10 million US dollars, not just dollars, please. Now, the question is, why standard bidding documents in public procurement? Why standard bidding documents in public procurement? Sorry, I think I have to zoom it. All right. So, why standard bidding documents in public procurement? Now, the standard bidding documents, they are normally prepared by the procurement policies through oversight entities in the country of the various country for various reasons. And one of those reasons why we have standard bidding document is one is to ensure adequate and uniform enforcement of procurement laws, regulations, and procuring entities. Like if EFCC, ICPC, they want to begin to carry out their investigation, the first thing they're going to look at is the standard bidding document, how that companies are being able to adhere strictly to those documents. Then secondly is to facilitate supervision and quality assurance by managers and auditors of the procurement functions. There may be situations where there might be need for procurement auditors to carry out their various audit functions, and what they rely on is the standard bidding documents. So standard bidding documents are like checklists that are being used to monitor projects and also to ensure that the project meets the required standards. Then also is to facilitate capacity buildings of the procuring entities and the bidders community on uniform standard. So another reason why we use standard bidding document is to speed up the executions of the procurement process. There are more to it. Another reason is to balance conditions of contract in order to increase competition. So that's why we say that using standard bidding documents is very, very important. Also, when you use standard bidding document, it promotes transparency in order to enhance good governance and also increase competition. Then there are so many other reasons about using standard bidding documents. Let's pause there and look at the identical structures of both the small and large work standard bidding documents. Now, the structure of the standard bidding documents of multilateral development banks, they fall into three parts, and those three parts are what we are going to be discussing. Part A of the standard bidding document of multilateral development banks is known as the bidding procedures. So the part A is bidding procedure, and these bidding procedures consist of 6 sections. So we are going to talk about it, discuss each of these sections. Now, the first part of a standard bidding procedure is section 1, and that section 1 talks about instruction to bidders. So under that section, part 1, we have section 2, bid data sheets. Then part 3, section 3 of part 1 is evaluation and qualification criteria. Then section 4 of part 1 bidding procedure is bidding form. Then section 5 of part 1 bidding procedure is eligible countries. The eligible countries, when we talk about eligible countries, specific to multilateral development bank. So what it means is that it's not every country that are eligible to bid. Then section 6 talks about frauds and corruption specific to multilateral development banks. So what is frauds and corruption? The definition here might be different from the general definitions of fraud and corruption. So we're going to look at what they mean by fraud and corruption. So these are the 6 sections we have in the part 1 of the bidding procedure. So we're going to take each of them and discuss them one after the other. Then the second part of the standard bidding document is we have the works requirements. Under the works requirement, it has just one section, which is section 7, and that section 7 is also known as works requirement. Then we have the part 3. So the part 3 is the conditions of contract and the contract forms. So under this part 3, we have other section. We have the section 8, which is known as general conditions of contract, which is GC. We also have section 9, particulars conditions of contract, and we also have section 10, which is forms of contract. I believe section 9, section 8, and section 9, Professor Moko is going to do justice on this area. So now, just like as I said, the various under the identical structures of both small and large works contract, they are made of 3 parts. Part 1 is the bidding procedures, and that bidding procedures is made of 6 sections. While part 2 is the works requirement, and the works requirement has 1 section, which is works requirement, that's section 7. And the last one is part 3, and that part 3 is the conditions of contract and contract forms, which is also made of 3 sections. And that sections I have also mentioned. So let's begin with section 1 of part 1, bidding procedure. Now, section 1 of part 1 is instruction to bid. So under instructions to bid, instruction to bidders is a standard procurement entity specific text. And this text is normally derived from the national procurement laws and secondary regulations. Now, this section is a section that lays down the standard rules that are governing the competition or game. Every bid is a competition. Why is a competition is that at the end of every bid, you must have a loser, you must have a winner. And of course, you might have just like a football competition. In every football competition, there must be a winner. You can't have 2 winners. So it is either you are a winner or you are not you are a winner or you are what? A loser. So even if you have 20 people that are bidding, so you are going to have just 1 winner. And that winner is one that have the most responsive bid. So then also, like such standard text are text that facilitates reviews for auditors and supervisors. Then when it comes to this instruction to bids, no changes can be introduced into the standard text of the instruction to bids. And if there must be any change, so it must be introduced in the bid data sheet. There's a section that is called bid data sheet. That is where you introduce all your reservations or observations, and which must complement the standard text of the instruction to bid. So the instruction to bid contains contents are as follows. So let's look at the contents that makes up the instruction to bid. We're going to look at them one after the other. Instruction to bid. The first thing you see under the instructions to bid is the general rules. So under the general rules, where you So under the general rules, That is where you have, for example, the legal eligibility of potential bidders. Now, under the legal eligibility of potential bidders, it is required that one, the bidder must have registration of the company, it must have payment of taxes and other things as applied to that nation. Then also, that is where you have eligibility of materials and plant to be incorporated into the works countries of origin. So then another thing you have under the general rules, you have definitions of prohibited practices. We have prohibited practices like sexual harassment and abuse. So these are things that are prohibited when it comes to procurement. Then we have what we name the term eligibility. So eligibility concerns meeting national legal requirements and is differentiated from qualifications. So you might be eligible, but you are not qualified. Like as I earlier mentioned before, when we talk about eligibility, we are referring to one, meeting the national requirements of registration of your company. We're also talking about having your tax clearance certificate. So those are just what you have. So it's different from what? Qualification. So we say it's differentiated from qualifications of the bidder, which refers to the production capacity. So qualifications of bidder is referred to the production capacity of that bidder, the turnover capacity of that bidder, the financial strength and experience of that bidder. So of course, this is what people look onto when you want to give award contract. So these are the things that makes up the requirements. Then still on instruction to bid, another content is the content of the bidding documents. Contents of the bidding documents. So the bidding document lists all the constituent parts of the bidding document, and it serves to alert bidders when there are situations that is like in case the set of their bidding document is not complete. So you see, in this constituent, it lists the constituent parts of the bidding document. So it's like a checklist that alerts every bidder that your documents are not complete. So it gives you specific items that you are required to include in that bid. Then it also stipulates how bidders can clarify with the procurement entities if there are situations of ambiguity in the text or contents of the bidding document. So it brings how a bidder can clarify with the procurement entity. It also talks about procedures of bidding documents amendments by the procurement entity in situations of the need for substantial change in the content of the bidding document. So there may be need. So it gives you a procedures on how to go ahead with that change. Then also, still on instruction to bid, see, it talks about preparation of bids. So the instruction of to bid also stipulates that a potential bidder will prepare and submit a bid at its own risk and cost, and that the procurement entity may exercise the right to cancel the completions without incurring any liability to the bidder. So this subsection is what lays key rules about the bid preparation by the bidders. And those rules are rules like, for example, the language in which the bid must be prepared and submitted. It will state that if it's English, it will state if it's Igbo language, it will state if it's Hausa language, it will state if it's Yoruba language, it will state it clearly that this bid must be prepared in this language. Then also, it also brings the list of documents that constitute a bid to be submitted by the bidder. Then also, sorry, please. I pressed the wrong. Sorry, please. Yes. All right. I'll do it soon. So we are still talking about the instruction to bid, and we started by discussing the various instructions as regard to instructions to bid. We have talked about the general rules, and we have moved into the content of the bidding document, and that is where we are. It also talks about procedure for bidding documents and amendment by the procurement entity where there are needs for substantial changes. Another thing we'll talk about is the preparation of bid. It also stipulates that a potential bidder prepares and submits a bid at his own risk. We talked about the language to be used, the list of documents that constitute the bid, then also the letter of bid, that the offer by the bidder and its price bill of quantity. So this is where we talk about it under preparation of bids. Then we have another thing that's called the permissibility of alternative bids. Now, alternative time for completions of technical solutions. So this gives also instructions about permissibility of alternative bids. Then what it means is that there might be need for the procurement entity to go for permissibility of alternative bids. Now, especially a bid that has a technical solutions. Now, you might have a bid that is responsive, and you now have an alternative bid with a technical solution that is more responsive. So the procurement entity may want to look at that bid with technical solution, because a bid with technical solution will definitely give you a fair price. To give you a fair price, because when you have a technical solution, you have a substitute. The technical solution can reduce the bid cost with 20%. And everyone will want to embrace that technical solution, especially when all the quality is going to be the same. Then how the bid needs to be present its bid price and any potential discount. So here it gives also the instructions. So a bidder may want to give a potential discount. So if you are giving a potential discount, you should state how you are going to recover the fund. And this is where technical solution comes in. So if you have a technical solution and you want to give a potential discount, this is where it can be accepted. Then C is the preparation of bids, the currency options for the bidder to present his bid price, and the currency of corresponding contractual payments is also stated. The documents that are required to establish the bidder's eligibility are also presented there. Then also the requirement for subcontracting. Now, the minimum period for validity of bidder's bid will also be stated. Then the amount and form of bid security, if it's required, it will also be stated. Then who is considered to sign, who is considered as legally authorized to sign the bid, it will also be stated. It's not every bid that anybody can sign, no. It would sometimes, it's required that the managing director of the company must, endorse that bid before it can be accepted. Then also, still on instruction to bid, submission and opening of bid. It also stipulates how the bid must be sealed and submitted, numbers of original copies and numbers of photocopies. The deadline for bid submission are also stated. It also states that late bids will be rejected. Then still on that instruction to bid, it talks also about evaluation and comparison of bids. So here it also stipulates and describes how a bid will be deemed as responsive or non-responsive in relation to the requirements of the bidding document. So it tells us what constitutes a responsive bid and what constitutes a non-responsive bid. It talks about how the procurement entity will deal with minor deviations or abnormal low price. So sometimes you might have a minor deviations, and that bid will also be regarded as a responsive bid. So I think I will explain that later too. Now, it also explains that the procurement entity will apply the bid evaluation criteria stipulated in Section 3 of the bidding documents. Then it also talks about the basis of comparisons of various bids, including the applications of domestic preference, if so stipulated. So now, there might be application of domestic preference. So when we talk about domestic preference, we are talking about domesticating the bidders. It's not every bid you leave as an international bid, or there are some bid you can allow for the locals so that it will impart on the socials of that community. So it will be stated, then the process for arithmetic corrections will also be stated, like as I told you, my colleague, Professor Woko, is going to dwell well on price adjustment and all the process for arithmetic corrections. So he's going to expose every one of you to that aspect. Then also the procurement entity's right to accept any bid and to reject all the bids. It's not all the bids can be accepted. So if the bids did not meet the requirements of the procurement entity, they have the right to reject all the bids and re-advertise it. Then also the process for post-qualifications of the most advantageous bid as per Section 3 will also be stated. And the applications of the standstill period following this dispatch of the letter of intent to award. So prior to the dispatch of the letter of intent, there's always a standstill period. We will normally within 12 days. 12 to 15 days. And that period of standstill is a period where all the aggrieved bidders can lay their various complaints, and those complaints will be discussed and treated, and the aggrieved bidder will be informed why his or her bid was not accepted or successful. Then, still on instructions to bidders, we have evaluation and comparison of bids. So this subsection also describes how a bid will be deemed as responsive and non-responsive. I think I have discussed. We have discussed this section. So it's a repeated. Then the next is F, still on instruction to bid, awards of contract. Under this award of contract is also stipulate the basis for awards, evaluated bid or most advantageous bid with reference to Section 3. Then the process for issue of notification award, the process of debriefing by the procurement entity, the process of signing of contract, and the requirement for performance security. Then it also talks about the process for filing procurement-related complaints by the aggrieved bidders. And also, we're now moving into Section 2. Now, Section 2, all this while we have been talking about Section 1, which is the instruction to bid. Under Section 2 talks about the bid data sheet. It's a table that the procurement entity needs to fill with specific informations. And the bid data sheet provides specific data and the information applicable to the particular procurement package. For example, you begin to have some information like the legal name of the employer. You have the identification number of the procurement package, whether the procurement package is subdivided into lots, the site locations. When we say into lots, into subcontracts, whether electronic bid is allowed or not, whether there's going to be a joint ventures of bidders allowed. Sometimes you can have a joint ventures of bidders where 3, 4, 5 contractors mesh together as one, and they decide to bid for a contract. Then so whether joint ventures or bidders are allowed, it will be stated. And if joint ventures are allowed, it's also going to state the maximum number of joint ventures or partners that are allowed. Then the website for the bounds firms are also listed. So now, this brings us to another important discussions, like non-performing bidders. Sometimes a bidder may have done some things unprofessionally, and that bidder is being blacklisted. So there's always a website where all these bidders are listed. Just like even in our yesterday, I was discussing with one of the staff of what's it called, Corporate Affairs Commission. And in the course of our discussion, because I saw him, he said they are doing some monitoring. I was like, "What are you guys monitoring?" And he said they are visiting all the registered companies in their commission. And I was like, "What are you guys really doing?" He said, like every year they ensure that each of those companies they pay their yearly annual fee, and anyone that is defaulting, they can blacklist them on a website. So I said, "So you mean that you guys have a website where you blacklist all your contractors, all registered companies?" He said, "Yes, that they have a website where all their names are blacklisted." So the procurement entity can easily go to the website and type on the name, and if that bidder has been blacklisted by corporate affairs, you will see it, and you just ensure that that contractor is removed from the bidding. Then also the date and time to place for bid conference are stated. Also the language to be used in bid preparation are also there. Then any additional document that bidder must include, like a code of conduct of contractors personnel. So your management strategies and implementations of plans for MSIP that the contractor will adhere to mitigate of site environmental and social risk. So all these informations are there that the bidder must include in the bid data sheets. Then whether alternative time for completions or alternative technical solutions are allowed, you will see it in this bid data sheet. So it's a whole package. So whether the bid price are fixed or subject to adjustment, it will also be stated. Then section 2 is still on bid data sheet. The currency option will also be stated. Then we have two options, option A and option B. Option A is that bid puts his bid price in local currency with percentage in the allowed foreign currency, and option B is that the bidder quotes in local currency for inputs to be bought by the bidder from the local market, and in the allowed foreign currency up to maybe three. Then in small works, you have that the option B is above is normally commonly used. Then also it talks about the bid validity period, the amount of bid security per lot and its forms. So if required, and whether the bid security declaration is accepted or not. So these are the things you find in the bid data sheets. Then the type of legal document that must be included in the bid that to authorize the signature or signing power of the bidder's representatives. Then the bid submission and opening date will also be stated in the bid data sheets. Then the currency and the date source of exchange rate will also be stated. The exact bid evaluation criteria that will be applied as stipulated in section 3 will also be stated. Then whether domestic preference will be applied or not will also be stated. Then whether the employer intends to execute any part of the works by nominated suppliers or contractors will also be stated. Then in case where the pre-qualification takes place, the maximum percentage of subcontracting that is permitted either as a percentage or total contract amount as a percentage will also be stated. And in case of post-qualification, it will also be stated that the maximum percentage of subcontracting that is permitted either as percentage of the total contract amount or as percentage of the volume of works. Then the procedure and address for making a procurement-related complaint will also be stated. Then if the successful bidder must be required to submit an environmental and social performance security, it will also be stated. I think on this note, we have come to the close of it, and I have some questions that we're going to look at. I talked about the bid data sheet, and then now I would like to know, ask a few questions before I can take some questions. Does instruction to bidder provide general rules applicable to all bidders?
Yes, it does.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Then another
Yes.
question that follows is that
Yes.
yes, thank you. So is the bid data sheet?
Yes.
So now let's take this question again. This question number 2. Is the bid data sheet used to customize the instructions to bidder for a specific procurement? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, the
Yes.
answer is
Yes.
yes.
Yes,
The
sir.
question number 3. Can the bid data sheet override or supplement provisions in the instruction to bidders?
No,
No.
no,
No.
no,
No.
no.
So the answer is yes.
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 Can
So
the big
the
data
answer is
sheets
yes, because
override or
the bid
supplement
data sheet is
provision?
a
It's like an
customized sheet
oversized
that
functions.
the bidder must work with. So whatever is that is in the bid data sheet is what the bidder must submit. So whatever that is in the bid data sheet overrides the instructions to bidders. So another question is, are bidders required to strictly follow the provisions stated in both the instruction to bid and the bid data sheets?
Yes.
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 Yeah, the answer
Yes,
is
they
yes.
must follow the
The
instruction.
answer is yes.
Yes.
They must
Then the another question, the last question I would want to ask is this now. Does the instruction to bidders usually contain information on bid submission, opening, and evaluation procedures?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it contains.
All right. So
Yes.
No.
yes, the
Yes.
answer
No.
is yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
There is
it
no
contains.
Yeah,
It
simplicity.
must contain.
yeah. The answer is yes. So
Yes, it must
Your
contain.
slide. I'm not saying your
yes,
slide.
the answer is
Your
yes.
slide.
So maybe I will take 1 or 2 questions because my colleague is waiting. Then later
Yeah,
we're
Doc.
going to have time. We're going to have time to do some exercises, and with that, every one of you will really appreciate the sections we have had. So yes.
Doc, let me quickly ask this for some clarification. You know, when you were talking about
Yes.
the joint venture bidding
Yes.
under the BDS, the bid data sheet that you were explaining to
Yes.
us. You know, in the circumstance where companies now bid as joint venture, they stand as an independent entity, right? And if they do stand as independent entity, and one of the ventures lacked merit, perhaps that should knock off that entire joint venture.
Yes. Now, let's look at it. When we talk about joint ventures, we're talking about partnership. For instance, you might have a project that requires a specialized skill of which your company cannot provide. So you can bring in another company to merge as a joint venture for 2 of you to execute the projects. Now, but you must state it that this company is partnering with you. So what it means is that that company cannot bid for that job anymore. Is that clear now?
It's understood.
So what it means that company cannot bid for that job. That bid is already partnering with you, and maybe in the process of evaluation, that your partner is found wanting to evaluate 1 or 2 things that requires him to be disqualified. Of course, your bid will be disqualified. Yes.
Okay.
Let me quickly chip in this. You know, when you talk about the blacklisted,
Who is speaking, please? I can't
do I
take
have the floor?
a random question. If you want to speak, please use the electronic button. Okay, I can see Elo Joseph. Elo Isoko Wadu. You have a poor network. Sorry, I can't hear you. The network is very poor. The line is breaking.
Okay, someone else may ask because.
Okay, next question, please. All right, next question. I'm not seeing any hand up, please. Your hand must be up. Yes. We have one here on that on physical here. Yes. What's the question? Unmute your face, sir, please.
I want you to throw more light on. I don't know if I know the concept, but you call it Tonkin, something like that.
What?
Tonkin contract or so, like.
Okay, Tonkin. That was discussed in the
Yes,
project. Yes, they are big projects. I was trying to mention projects like when you are building breweries. When you are building breweries, you are building refineries, you are building steel mills. Most of those projects are referred as donkey projects.
Do you have
Big
something?
projects. Yes.
Before.
So, Macro, go ahead with your question. Then also, those of you, if you can, you can put your question on the chat box. If you put it on the chat box, we can read it and answer the question, please. All right, Macro, go ahead with your question.
All right. Good morning, sir. Good morning for the presentation.
All right.
My question is, are we going to have more practical sessions where we deal with the SBDs themselves? Because what you had now is just an explanation of the content of the SBDs. And we also have forms attached to those SBDs. Are we going to deal with them categorically to know?
Yes, if time permits us, we are going to have exercise on standard bidding form. But if time didn't permit us, I'm going to send that an exercise on standard bidding form and the solution to you guys.
It's a fresh one they will do. No.
All right. Then Mwabu, go ahead with your question.
But if I want to do that part,
Mr. Macro, did you hear what I said? You can bring your hand down.
Wow. It's right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. I've not seen any question here. Then, all right, Mwabu, Chukwebuka, go ahead with your question.
The environmental is so boring.
No,
it's so boring.
You know you will not come here.
Please unmute yourself. If you are not allowed to talk, please unmute yourself.
No,
so who is speaking? Any question?
All
right. In the absence of any other question, maybe we'll treat some of them during the exercise. So mute everybody, please.
Oh, please mute everybody.
In the absence of any other question, I really want to thank every one of you who has made out this wonderful time to be listening on our teaching on instruction to bid and bid data sheets. I really appreciate your time and your energy you have spent. I think on this note, we have come to the close of this section. So
thank you, sir.
I'm going to be inviting another resource
person.
Thank you, sir. Professor Herbert Nwoko, a very experienced procurement officer that is going to drill you guys on price adjustment and various arithmetic procedures you can use in calculating your price adjustments. So on this note, I want to invite Professor Nwoko for his own section. Professor Nwoko, you are welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Prof, you are welcome, sir.
Thank you. I want to join my colleague to welcome you guys to this session.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good day.
Good day, Prof.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good morning,
We're going
sir.
to look at
Good morning, sir.
price adjustment. Good morning, good day. Let me share my screen.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Remember to put down your name as an attendant for today. Email and your office department, please.
We did that already, sir.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I was earlier introduced. Engineer Professor Herbert Smoke is my name. Now I'm going to take you on price adjustment procedures in small and large works contracts. My colleague has already told you what constitutes small and large works contract. So we are going to look at how to do price adjustment. First of all, what do we mean by price adjustment? You see, at the onset of a project, during the bidding process, bidders are expected to come up with prices. And these prices are the prices that are relevant at the time of submitting such bids. Certain things could happen along the process and the prices will change. That is why we need to incorporate this price adjustment procedure in contracts. Our learning objectives. At the end of this session, you'll be expected to understand the underlying reasons for price adjustment in contract. You will apply the price adjustment formula in small works contracts and also apply price adjustment formula in large works contracts. What is the rationale for price adjustment? In standard bidding documents, which my colleague just talked about, and has contained in MDBs, there's a provision for price adjustment. And this happens when the construction period is long. That is 18 months or more. We also incorporate it when the condition within which this contract is executed is inflationary, just like we have in our country. So some authorities will tell you that the figures are going down, but the truth remains that the inflation figures are still high. Imagine you getting a contract of 100 million naira, let's say some months back, when the dollar naira exchange rate was less than 1,000 naira. And after a few months, the exchange rate drops to 1,000 plus. And you quoted with the price at then, only for the economy to change due to inflation. Imagine that situation. You can't continue with that project. That is the reason we need to embed it in our contract procedures so that price adjustment will be accommodated. The rationale for price adjustment is based upon the fact that the price that you use at the submission will quite differ with time. Now let's look at the market forces that can affect price change. There are two major reasons. One is inflation. One is ever-changing relationship between supply and demand. Now, what are the methods of price adjustment? The first one is by the use of formula. We use one for the small contracts and use one for large contracts. We also have documentary evidence. What is this documentary evidence? The MDBs don't like this use, World Bank in general, they don't like the use of documentary evidence. What is this documentary evidence? Where people will go and get receipts from vendors to claim the prices of things. I always remember this instance where we had to monitor a project and the contractor gave us documentary evidence for the adjustment in price. And this documentary evidence, he got receipts from vendors, a bag of cement that was selling for about 5,000 naira then. The evidence showed us that he purchased at 10,000 naira. That's why we don't encourage the use of documentary evidence, because people will always manipulate that. In some other claims, it could be accepted, but generally in this part of the world, where they feel that some people will come up with some sharp practices, we don't encourage the use of documentary evidence. Another instance is a company that consulted me. They gave us the documentary evidence of their payments to the workers. And in that documentary evidence, engineers in the company are supposed to be earning 850,000 naira from the document they gave us. But when I made inquiry on ground, I saw that the engineers were actually getting 150,000 naira. You can imagine that. So that is why we don't encourage the use of documentary evidence, because some people abuse that process. So we'll go strictly with price adjustment formula. And what is this formula? You can see on the screen, that is the formula for price adjustment. P subscript C is equal to A subscript C plus A plus B subscript C, IMC slash IOC. P subscript C is the adjustment factor for the portion of the contract price payable in currency C. A and B are coefficients specified in BCC. Sorry, 1 minute, please.
Prof, we can't hear you again. Is it that is it network or?
Thank you. So that's the formula there for price adjustment. A and B are coefficients specified in BCC. What is the BCC? Particular conditions of contract. We'll talk about that later. And they represent the non-adjustable and adjustable portions. A is the non-adjustable, B is the adjustable. There are certain things that you wouldn't want to change. Those are the ones we call non-adjustables. Things like your profit, your overhead, these things remain unadjustable. While there are ones you can adjust, like the material, the equipment, the labor, you can adjust those ones. Then I sub MC is the index prevailing at the end of the month being invoiced. And I sub OC is the index prevailing 28 days before bid opening for inputs payable both in specific currencies. This index usually represents the prices of a basket of inputs relevant to the construction industry in the specific sector of the contract. You can get such indices from the National Bureau of Statistics. Let me explain that IOC. That is the index that was prevalent 28 days before the bid opening. That means that's the price with which the bidder used in quoting for this contract. While the ICE sub MC is the one at the present time. Now, A and B, if added together, must equal to 1. Normally, A and B coefficients shall be the same in the formula for all currencies. So no matter the currency that you are bidding with, whether in Naira, US dollar, British pounds, Japanese yen, the A and B coefficients must be the same formula. Now, coefficient A for the non-adjustable portion of the payment is a very approximate figure, usually not less than 0.15, to take account of fixed cost elements or other non-adjustable components, typically the contractor's overheads and profits. I mentioned that earlier. No contractor will want to adjust the profit in a negative way, so they try to fix it. It's non-adjustable. Then B represents the adjustable components of the contract price. Now we have what we call OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and this body has noted that the use of foreign basket indices may not be truly representative of the actual inputs and methods of construction that can vary from one country to another due to climate and other factors. Of course, you don't expect construction procedure in the United States to be the same as the procedure here in Nigeria because of difference in climatic factors and other things, including social, economic, and the rest of them. So you will use a basket of indices. What applies in another country, you may not use to apply to your own country. That is why we have country indices, unless you do a correlation to see that what applies in that country can also apply in your own country. Now, MDBs, that's multilateral development banks, leave to the borrower, that is the PE, the option of using either the simple formula above or the more complex formula in the large works. So what we are going to look at now is the price adjustment formula for large works. And that's it there. It is a bit longer than the one for small works.
Hello, Prof.
The coefficients are almost the same. The
Hello,
A
Prof.
and B factor that we looked at, they are the same thing. Now, the P sub N is the adjustment multiplier to be applied to the estimated contract value in the relevant currency of the work carried out in period M. So now we look at periods. Most times, you see contractors coming up with their claims on a monthly basis. So if you are doing your own on monthly basis, the period M becomes 30 days. If it's bi-monthly, you also apply. So that's why we say end there. Now, A, as in the previous formula, is a fixed coefficient, and this coefficient is stated in the relevant table of adjustment data, representing the non-adjustable portion in the contractual basis. One good thing about all these values is that they are all stated in the contract document. So you don't need to go and break your heads to get the values. You see them in the table of adjustment data, and they represent the non-adjustable portion in the contract. Now, A, B, C, D are coefficients representing the estimated proportion of each cost element related to the execution of the works as stated in the relevant table of adjustment data. Such tabulated cost elements may be indicative of resources such as labor, equipment, and materials. L sub n, E sub n, M sub n are the current cost indices or reference prices for period N, expressed in the relevant currency of payment, each of which is applicable to the relevant related cost elements on the date 49 days prior to the last day of the period to which the particular payment certificate relates. What this means is the current cost indices. That's what we are going to look at. Now, L sub O, D sub O, M sub O are the base cost indices or reference prices expressed in the relevant currency of payment, each of which is applicable to the relevant tabulated cost elements on the base date. What is the base date? The reference time that you are looking at. If the last payment certificate was a month ago, your base date for the new one becomes that last month. So in large works contracts, the payments come in that way. Okay, the cost indices or reference prices are stated in the table of adjustment data. The tables are tables A, B, and C, which I will show you later. And if their source is in doubt, it shall be determined by the engineer. Who is the engineer? The PE's representative on the contract. So for this purpose, reference shall be made to the values of the indices at the stated dates, quoted in the fourth and fifth columns respectively of the table. Normally, once a contract is signed, all these values are made. The PE, the contractor, they all know the values. But if you go to site and the source is in doubt, the engineer can now intervene to explain. And whatever he comes up with is taken as the right thing. Now, if the contract price is expressed is different from the currency of the country of origin of indices, a correction factor will be applied to avoid incorrect adjustments of the contract price. The correction factor shall be Z sub 0 slash Z sub 1, where Z sub 0 is the number of units of currency of the origin of indices, which equal to 1 unit of the currency of the contract price on the base date, while Z sub 1 is the number of units of currency of the origin of indices, which equal to 1 unit of the currency of the contract price on the date of adjustment. What all these grammar mean is that exchange rate. You look at the exchange rate. If it's a naira to dollar, you apply it as your exchange rate at the beginning of the project and at the time of adjustment. I used naira and dollar as my example when I started the introduction. Then we have appendix to bid. The appendix to bid in large works SBD contains a standard bidding document. One, the price adjustment formula. So the formula will be stated there. It's not something that you need to go and grab. It will be stated there in the appendix to the bid. Then the schedules or tables for adjustment data will also be as appendix to the bid. The price adjustment formula in small box is also incorporated in the general conditions of contracts and in the particular conditions of contracts, which we'll look at in our next section. Now let's look at some of the tables. This is table A of appendix to bid, and it is titled Schedule of Adjustment Data for Local Currency. This is for local currency. You have the index code, you have the index description, you have source of index, base value and date, bidder's rated source currency in type and amount, then the bidder's proposed weighting. So this one is for local currency. We have another one for foreign currency. This one is called Table B, Schedule of Adjustment Data. It's almost like the earlier table for local currency, but with a new column that gives us equivalent in foreign currency. So that's the new thing, the equivalent in foreign currency. Whatever you had as your local currency, you now put the equivalent in foreign currency. Now, table C. This one is a summary of payments currencies under payment alternative A. And what is alternative A? Bidder quotes in local currency while requesting percentage payments in up to 3 foreign currencies. There are contracts that allow that. You quote in a local currency, then you can ask for payments in 3 different foreign currencies. So where such contracts exist, this is the type of table that we are looking at. You have the local currency, you have the foreign currency 1, foreign currency 2, and foreign currency 3. So at the end, you have the total. So this is the table that is used for such situation or scenario. Now, there's another one, table 3, that talks about the summary of payment currencies under payment alternative B. The earlier one was alternative A. Now this one is alternative B. And what does alternative B say? That bidder quotes in local and foreign currency portions. There are projects that bidders are allowed to quote both in the local currency and foreign currency. So in such situations, this is the table that applies. You have name of currency, the local currency, the foreign currency 1, foreign currency 2, and foreign currency 3. Okay, that is all we have for you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you,
There's an
Prof.
exercise that we do. I want you to have a look at it. It's a case study on price adjustment procedures. And it says at the point of signing a small civil works contract, the cost of completing a certain part of the job was 200 million naira. Due to inflation, the contractor completed that aspect at a higher cost and is requesting for price adjustment as incorporated in the contract. If the following indices apply, determine the new price to be paid in the ensuing certificate. Coefficient of non-adjustable portion is 0.2. Price index at the end of the month of invoicing is 1.26, while the index 28 days prior to bid opening was 1.0. So you are expected to give us the new price of this contract. Remember, the initial price was 200 million naira, and the inflation may have changed the price. Given those data, what would be the new price of this contract? I want you to let me guide you on how to go about it. Let's go to that formula for the small work contract. So this is the formula that we are going to use. Let's get the value for P, C. You were given one of those coefficients at 0.2. The non-adjustable at 0.2. And if you remember, I told you the addition of A and B is supposed to be 1. So if A is 0.2, B would be what?
Sir.
Can someone answer? If A is 0.2, what would be B?
Sir, we have a concern.
1 minus 0.2.
You can unmute yourself to answer.
It will be 0.8. B will be 0.8.
Okay. I said if A is 0.2, what would be?
B will be 0.8, sir.
Thank you very much. So if you know your mathematics and your board maths, you can evaluate the value for P sub C. That becomes the multiplying factor to the original contract sum, which is 200 million. So if you do that, you are likely to get a new contract price of 241.6 million. So if you get that, that means you did the correct thing. Okay, thank you once again for this session. We will now move to the next section. Okay. Let's discuss particular conditions of contracts for small and large works. In our earlier session, I told you that some of those data, you will see them in particular conditions of contract. So you don't need to stress yourself to go and cram the formula and those indices. Now, particular conditions of contract for small and large works. We have general conditions of contract, and we have particular conditions of contract. In general, there are certain peculiarities in some contracts that would demand deviation from the general. That is where it now takes us to particular conditions of contract. Now, in those general conditions of contract, there are clauses you cannot edit or delete. Such clauses are now taken to particular conditions of contract to particularize it to a particular contract. That is the reason for particular conditions of contract. And in that case, it takes precedence over what you have in the general clause. So let's look at the learning objectives. At the end of this session, you are expected to fill the PCC for the MDB contract for small works and also do same for large works. As a form of introduction, this session explores the contents of the particular conditions of contract of MDB contract for small works and for large works. Now, only general conditions of contract clauses that need to be supplemented with particular details about the contract operation need to be incorporated into the PCC and cross-reference to the respective GCC clause number. That's what I said earlier. In GCC, there are some clauses that will be particular to a particular project. So in that clause, you now take PCC as the precedent clause and make reference to the GCC clause number. So in that case, PCC becomes a more legal document than BCC. The clauses of BCC take precedence over the corresponding clauses of BCC. I just said that. Now, the particular conditions of contracts of the MDB contract for small works consists only of one table. It's just one table for small works. And it supplements or varies corresponding GCC clauses of the same number. These clauses are as follows: the source of funding or the name of the funding institution. It must be clearly stated in the PCC. The source of funding and the name of the funding institution. Now, a PCC clause specifying the legal name and address of the employer, as well as the name of its authorized representative. In PCC, this will be clearly stated. We also need to know the intended completion date for the whole of the works, as well as the dates for sectional completion, if relevant. There are some contracts that will require you to give periodical reports. So if you complete a section of the project, you also report. Then the PCC clause to name the project manager selected by the employer. So the project manager must be known from the onset of the PCC document. And who is the project manager? Person that executes the project on behalf of the PE in small works. In small works, we call the person project manager. In large works, we call the person engineer. The PCC is any additional document that forms part of the contract. If there are other documents that are not captured earlier, they will also be brought at this point. The site location is specified in the PCC and one of drawing to show the exact site coordinates. So it's important that all these things should be taken care of. Then the start date for commencement of the works is stipulated in the PCC. It must be explicit that this project is commencing on so date. It has to be stated in the PCC. The start date for commencement of the work, I have said that the applicable law to the contract and the language of the contract are specified in the PCC. My colleague mentioned that earlier, that the language of the contract must be stated. If it is English language, it has to be there. If it is French language, it has to be there. Then insurance. The minimum insurance amount of deductibles are inserted here for each type of insurance policy. So definitely, there must be insurance. So the minimum amounts and the deductibles are explicitly stated. Then site data and site possession dates are specified in the PCC. That is the dates when the contractor will be given access to the site or to the various parts of the site, particularly for sectional completion. You see, I mentioned it earlier, sectional completion. There are some contracts that will make sure that the contractor reports periodically or sectionally. If you complete a certain section of the work, you have to report. So you have also to give us the date that the contractor can have access to that section. That is what we mean by sectional completion. So the possession date is specified in the PCC. Now, the appointing authority for the adjudicator, in case the parties disagree on the selection of the candidate, is named the PCC. There's who we call the adjudicator. In contracts, especially works contracts, disputes arise. And when such disputes arise, adjudicator is the person that will come in. If the project manager cannot manage this, adjudicator comes in, and at the onset of the project, adjudicator is known. So if there's any issue in having adjudicator, if the parties disagree, in the PCC, it will be stated the appointing authority for the adjudicator. Now, the fees of the adjudicator are specified in the PCC. The fees are actually shared by the employer and the contractor. The arbitration procedure is stipulated in the PCC in case the contract is with a local contractor or a foreign contractor. The place of arbitration is also named in the PCC. So at the onset, you already know how the adjudication process goes if dispute arises in the process of execution of the project. The time and periods for submission of the program and its updates by the contractor are specified in the PCC. Also, the requirements for progress reports by the contractor. So if the PCC says you must make your reports monthly, bi-monthly, quarterly, it has to be stated, and the contractor must follow that. The duration of the defense liability period is specified in the PCC. There's what we call the defense liability period. The period within which the contractor is expected to come and effect repairs on the project if there are any. So that period must be specified in the PCC. Now, the PCC specifies if the contract is subject to price adjustment or not. We just discussed price adjustment. So if the PCC specifies it, then it becomes operational. But if it's not specified in the PCC, you have no business going for price adjustment. There are some projects that wouldn't allow price adjustment. They will tell you that your own risk. If you can do this and get your money, fine. Okay. The coefficients to be used in the price adjustment formula are specified here as well as the basket or formula-based indices. Index 1 for local currency and the index for specific international currency. If an index is expressed in a currency other than the payment currency, the correction factor is specified in the PCC. That's why I told you that you don't need to correct anything. All these figures will be in the PCC. Now, the percentages of retention money to be retained by the employer from each progress payment to the contractor will also be specified. So from the onset, you know the retention money that the employer will keep. Liquidated damages will also be liquidated. The ceiling for liquidated damages is also specified as not exceeding 5 to 10% of the accepted contract price. And the amount of advance payment is specified in BCC. So from the onset, the contractor knows the amount that is supposed to be given as advance payment. That's one good thing about the PCC. It takes details of everything about that project. Now, the PCC also stipulates whether an environmental and social performance security is required. And if it is required, it's typically between 1 to 3% of the accepted contract price. What do you mean by environmental and social performance security? As you are carrying out the project, definitely the environment will be affected. There could also be other social things that will be affected. Let's say you are doing a road project. As you are doing the project, some trees may be felled. You may get close to the river and the river may be polluted. You see them grading the roads and the dust will go to the atmosphere. The environment is being affected. So these things can also be taken care of. In social aspects, it could affect the social life of the people you are doing this project for. So if there's need for such performance security, it should be embedded in the contract. Then the PCC specifies the requirement for standard performance security to guarantee against contractors' default and its respective amounts. Both performance securities should not exceed 10% of the accepted price. PCC stipulates the percentage to be applied by the employer to the value of the work not completed by the contractor, representing the employer's additional costs for completing the works. There are some contractors that may want to run away after some time. So in the PCC, we stipulate the percentage to be applied by the employer to the value of work not completed by the contractor. So it's stated there. Now, PCC for large works, it is made of 4 parts. Part A, B, C, and D. Part A handles the contract data. Part B handles special provisions. C talks about the bank's policy, where it relates to corruption and fraudulent practices, while Part D deals with environmental and social metrics. Now let's look at them one after the other. For Part A, contract data for large works. The contract data provides similar data that are specific to the contract in question, just like the PCC for small works, but with additional provisions that are specific to feeding PCC, like it defines the applicable percentage of profit to be added to the constructor's cost plus contract. My colleague talked about that type of contract, and the reasonable percentage of profit applicable under the contract. So it is stated from the onset. Okay, it may limit the total liability of the contractor to the employer under or in connection with the contract to a specific amount. If it is stated in the PCC, that amount will also be stated so that you know the limits that you are going to work with. It may limit the engineer's authority to other variations resulting in an increase of the accepted contract amount in excess of percentage shall require written consent of the employer. What this means, I've been in a contract or a job where variations became higher than the initial contract sum. We see this happen every time. So to forestall that, you may limit the engineer, that authority, to other variations. You see, when they are on site as engineers, sometimes they connive with the contractors to come up with these variations. And at the end of the day, they may split the money among themselves. So to forestall that, you put a ceiling on what the engineer can actually approve as variation. Anything above that must get a written consent from the employer. It is also part of what we have in PCC. It also stipulates a maximum period for notification of errors in the site coordinates. There could be error in site coordinates. So if such occurs, there should be a maximum period of notification. It also stipulates the maximum allowable accumulated value of work that can be subcontracted. You see, some contractors, they will win a big contract and they want to sublet almost every part of the work. We don't allow that. So there's a maximum allowable that you can subcontract. Maybe if it's a building, you can be allowed to subcontract maybe the electrical part, the mechanical part, which is the plumbing part, but not to subcontract the entire project. Then why did you bid for the job if you will subcontract every other thing? So there's a maximum allowable, and it is stipulated in the PCC. The PCC also recommends that the advance payment should be completely repaid prior to the time when 90% of the accepted contract amount has been certified for payment. You see, at the onset of the project, you get your advance payment. Then as you earn your certificate, you repay. So it's expected that at 90% completion, you must have repaid all the advance payment. Then it provides more detailed payment provisions, including a minimum amount for an interim payment. See, you earn your money through interim certificates. So there should be a minimum amount for each interim certificate. That's what the law says there. And it provides that the contractor shall also be liable for any loss or damage which occurs after the issue of a taking over certificate and which arose from an event which occurred before the issue of the taking over certificate, for which the contractor was liable, including some forces of nature which are named in the contract data. There are certain issues that may arise after the handover. So if it is discovered that such thing happened due to the negligence of the contractor, and the contractor was well aware of it, so no matter the situation that you are being taken over certificate, the contractor will be called back to come and fix that particular problem. So it is stated in the PCC. Now, exceptional risks which shall not be excluded from insurance cover for the works are specified in the contract data. There are some risks that you can't really expect. So such exceptional risks which shall not be excluded from insurance cover for the works are specified in the contract data. Then specified insurance required against liability for fitness of purpose. Now the part B of the PCC enlarged works. This one talks about special provisions, and it includes additions of changes to the FIDI GCC, which are applicable to FTD funded contracts, like sexual exploitation and abuse, sexual harassment, gender neutral language, and in particular to introduce FTD's anti-corruption policies. When we talk about sexual exploitation and abuse, it comes in several ways. So all these things have to check any such. We see such things happen in most construction industries. That is why we take care of it from the onset, so that the contractor knows that it is an offense if such thing is noticed in the course of the project. Sexual harassment, it could be both ways. It could be harassment of the male by the female, the female by the male. So anytime we talk about sexual harassment, people think it's only from male gender to the female gender. It could also be both ways. Now, gender neutral language, what we mean by that is that you don't have to be gender specific in your language. When you say he must do this, he must do that, you are being gender sensitive. So you have to be gender neutral in your language so that you can apply to any gender. Thank God we have two genders now, according to Trump. Some people thought that we had more than two. Okay, we'll also talk about anti-corruption policies. In our country, we have some bodies that are responsible for anti-corruption, the EFCC, the ICPC. So we also bring their laws into our contract laws so that the contractor will know that if there's any corruption that happens during the course of this contract, contractor will be lying. We also have additional environmental and social requirements. The contractor shall submit to the engineer for review and approval any additional management strategies for implementation plans as are necessary to manage environmental and social risks and impacts of ongoing works. These MSIPs collectively comprise the contractor's environmental and social management plan. The contractor shall review the CESMP periodically, no less than every 6 months, and update it as required to ensure that it contains compliance measures appropriate to the works. The updated data shall be submitted to the engineer for review. So what's all these engineers? If there are contractor that you related, submit to the engineer. I told you earlier that the engineer is representative. So if he does that and the engineer sees they will not make use of it as a working document. It should be done periodically. Okay.
Are we on pause?
Still on special provisions.
Can anyone hear him? We can't hear him.
Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, sir.
Yes, Prof. You just came up now. You actually went
okay.
in.
So you can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Still in continuation of the special provisions, it introduces additional requirements to the FIDI provisions concerning average topics like health and safety management plan by the contractor, international labor organizations, core labor standards, taxes, and duties. Now let's look at this. Things that have to do with health and safety. They are also part of the documents that, excuse me, that we have in our PCC. Now there should be a plan, a management plan by the contractor, which should be documented in case of any safety issues on site. How are you going to manage it? They have to be documented. Then International Labor Organization core labor standards. Is the one I mentioned earlier about the disparity in payments of engineers in a particular project I was involved in. There are certain labor standards that must be adhered to. If you short pay a worker, it is against the labor law. In Nigeria today, we have the minimum wage. If you pay any of your worker less than the national minimum wage, is an offense that is executionable in the court of law. So such things will be documented. We also talk about taxes. Luckily in the country today, we have new tax law. So such things will also play out in the course of execution of such projects. Now, the PCC also includes an appendix modifying slightly the FIDIC general conditions of dispute avoidance adjudication board agreement. That's what we call DAB in disputes on projects. So you can modify it slightly, is allowed. The PCC can modify what we have in GCC. Then part C of the PCC, this one has to do with policies on corrupt and fraudulent practices. It introduces MDB's definitions of fraud and corruption and the actions that the PE will take if the contractor is deemed to have engaged in such prohibited practices. So MDBs actually have what they call fraud and corruption. They have definitions of them. So the contractor will be made to know what these things are, what constitutes fraud and corruption. So if the contractor is found wanting at any point in time, the person will be really dealt with according to the law. Part D, environmental and socials, the matrix for progress. This introduces MDB's environmental and social requirements with respect to the environmental and social metrics to be included in the contractor's progress report. Like I said earlier, contractor is expected to give progress reports. So this part D reflects heightened emphasis by MDBs on environmental and social as well as safety issues over and above FIDIC requirements. Such reports to include reporting on ES and safety issues like environmental incidents or non-compliance with contract requirements, including contamination, pollution, or damage to ground or water supplies. In the course of your the project, there could be environmental issues. I mentioned some earlier, like pollution of water. The water around the environment could be polluted. So this should be also highlighted in your report. Then the health and safety incidents, accidents, injuries that require treatment, and all fatalities. They should also be documented. I think if there's fatality that led to death, you don't need to wait for periodic reports. It will be reported instantly once there's a serious fatality in the course of the project. Now, interactions with regulators and the fire agency, date, subjects, outcome. In the course of the project, there could be interaction with regulators. Regulators like the public utilities. I always give an instance with a project I handled sometime where some electric poles became a disruption to the road construction. So we had to engage the public utility to relocate the electric poles. So in such situations, you have to document your interactions with such regulators. The status of all permits and agreements. If there are permits and agreements, you should report the status. Health and safety supervision should also be reported. The workers' accommodation. There are some companies that don't value accommodation of their workers. So where we have accommodations, the workers' accommodations will also be reported. Then health services. There should be a provider of health service. Some companies have clinics or some have hospitals attached to their company where the workers can go and get health services. Then information and on training. If there are training conducted for the workers, it should be reported. Location of clinic, number of non-safety disease or illness treatments and diagnosis, should also be reported, but no names to be provided. You don't provide the names of your workers that benefited from such treatments. Then gender for expatriate and local separately. You have to put the gender of workers, gender issues raised and dealt with. You also cross-reference grievances or other systems and needed, how such grievances were handled. Then training for contracted staff on sexual harassment, safety, etc. should also be recorded and submitted. The grievances received and how these were handled. If there are grievances from any quarter and the way these grievances were handled should be reported. Confirmation of compliance with the above. If you actually complied with all that were listed, you should also confirm it. All these things are contained in the PCC. Thank you for listening. Okay, do you have questions or comments?
Well, thanks for the presentation. So one will have to begin we digest some of the technical point slides.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Presentation, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Prof. This your session is quite technical and practical. It's something that we have to go back and restudy it and get some of those calculations right. So if there's any areas where we experience bottleneck, I think we should still contact you, Prof.
It's okay, no problem.
All right, thank you, Prof.
Okay, you're welcome. We are supposed to have a session where we'll look at case studies. So the case study I gave you earlier on the price adjustment, I already gave you a hint on how to solve the problem. I also gave you the answer. So during that session, if you couldn't get the answer, you may raise it so that we'll discuss. If you got the answer, it means that you did the calculation correctly. So my colleague will also bring up some case studies so that we look at them holistically. Thank you once again. It's right, sir.
Thank you, Prof.
Continue. There's a zone that you are supposed to do. Are we going on break? Okay, let's go for break. 20 minutes. Okay, let's take a break for 20 minutes.
Fine.
So we start by
1:15, we should be back.
1:15. Okay,
Yes.
Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you too for listening.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. We are grateful.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate. Thank you, sir. We appreciate.
That's good.
0 times C.
Tang.
Wow. Good afternoon. I'm not away. I'm not away. Yeah, I'm in. Mau kamarnya deh. Well, silakan. Ini apa? Alo iya, abi kaya semua yang aku nak. Ini kan. Memang juga. Kamu mamanya pakai shop. Bisa. Berapa nih?
Next time, Warren, Pimba, mute the microphone for get fella so I could say thank.
Iya.
Okay, I think we have had enough break. 20 minutes. I hope we are
Tracy
back.
has gotten the message this morning.
So I don't know how far have you gone with the case study I gave you? Has anybody solved the problem? Has anybody arrived at the new price? Let's share ideas. Anybody done it?
Hello?
I'm asking whether anybody has done the case study problem that I shared earlier. Price adjustment.
No, sir.
So what have you been doing since?
Hello, Prof.
Yes, I'm listening. I'm asking whether anybody has tried the case study problem that I shared earlier.
Oh,
The one that I'm highlighting now.
Yes, sir.
So you all went to sleep. You didn't bother to look at the case study. Who can do it now? The case study says at the point of signing a small works contract, the cost of completing a certain part of the job was 200 million naira. Due to inflation, the contractor completed that aspect at a higher cost and is requesting for price adjustment as incorporated in the contract. If the following indices apply, determine the new price to be paid in the ensuing certificate. We are given the coefficient of non-adjustable portion to be 0.2. The price index at the end of the month of invoicing is 1.26, while the index 28 days prior to bid opening was 1.0. So I'm asking you, what should be the new price for that particular aspect of the job that was initially given at 200 million naira? If we apply the formula for price adjustment, we're already given A to be 0.2. And I asked someone earlier, if A is 0.2, what would it be? And you answered correctly, it's 0.8. So if you put 0.8 as B in that formula, then there is I, MC, and IOC. Those values are given as 1.26 and 1.0 respectively. Then the rest is mathematics, except you don't know mathematics. If you know your board mass and you do the calculations correctly, you will come up with a value of PC that is 1.208. And if you multiply 1.208 by 200 million, which was the initial contract sum, you'll be having a new price of 241.6 million naira. So that means there's an increase of 41.6 million naira to the initial contract sum. And this is due to inflation. Is that understood? So what the employer will now pay the contractor for that part of job will be 241.6 million instead of the initial 200 million naira that was supposed to be paid. So that is how we apply our price adjustment formula in contract. Okay, I will now invite my colleague to also take you through some case study problems. So Dr. Rex, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Mogo, for that presentation, especially on price adjustment and the conditions of contract for small works and large works. Well, I hope you guys can hear me, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can
Yes,
hear you.
sir. Hey,
Can hear you,
we can hear you.
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay,
can hear
so
you,
we're
sir.
going to take some exercise on introduction to works procurement and types of procurement. So let me share this slide. Then if you can see my slide, you just let me know. You can give me a thumb up. Yeah. Can you see my slide, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see your slides. We can see your slides, sir.
Yes, sir. We can see
Your slide is up, and you just need to zoom it.
the slide is up and it's very clear.
Okay, my volume is off. All right. Can you all hear me, please?
Well, we can
Yes,
hear
sir.
you, but
We can
zoom
hear
the
you
slide,
very well.
please.
Yes, sir. We are hearing you, sir.
All right, thank you. So
We can hear you
I
loud and
want
clear,
us to
sir.
look at this exercise. Let's discuss this exercise. This is a typical example of some kind of problem we face on our daily projects, especially when it has to do with works contracts. Now, let's look at exercise number 1. A 4-lane highway of 100-kilometer lane in a rolling terrain with detailed design and geological studies already done by the employer. The highway is in a stable country free from political or other disturbance. So what type of works contracts?
Nigeria.
What type of contract will you recommend for the above construction? Now, let me give you background. Remember what we discussed about the 3 major types of contracts? That from that 3 major types of contract, we derive every other variance. And those 3 major types of contract will have the lump sum contract, we have the unit rate contracts, and we also have the cost reimbursable contract. And I also explained with you all a circumstance where we can use a lump sum contracts. And one of those circumstances we can use them is especially when the work is above the ground level, and when the work also talking about lump sum contract, if the work has a short duration, then we can use it. I also discussed also with you circumstance we can use the unit rates, especially if the work is for long durations, and if the work is above the ground or below the ground, whether is prone to areas of risks, you can use it. And I also talked about situations we can use cost reimbursable contract, especially where you have situations of emergency, situation where you have floods and earthquakes and the likes, war. So with that review of what we have just done, and considering this type of project, now a four-lane highway of 100 kilometers. So we know what 100 kilometer is, meaning that that road is going to span more than from Owerri to, let's say you are going to drive from a typical example, more than from here to Onitsha. Onitsha, from Owerri to Onitsha is 84 kilometers. So for you to get about 100 kilometers, we're talking about you driving from Onitsha to somewhere like, so where?
Like Albo.
No, Onitsha to Asaba is 10 kilometers. So you are still going to move.
Yes.
Eh? just to give us a good example. So let's say you are going to terminate another 10 kilometer somewhere like after Okpanan. Is that is Asaba? Eh? On your way now. So that's about 100 kilometers. So I just want you to have that picture. So to show you that it's not a small project. So a four-lane highway of such magnitude, 100 kilometers. And you know, in this 100 kilometer, you are going to experience a lot of things. Eh? A lot of uncertainties. You are going to see many uncertainties. So now he said the length is in a rolling terrain and with a detailed and geological studies already done by the employer. And the highway is in a stable country free from political or other disturbance, meaning that this road is not going to be affected by any political issues, whether Boko Haram, whether Niger Delta militants. They have settled all their cases. Eh? So now, what type of contract will you recommend for this type of projects? So contributions, please. If you have something to say, just raise up your hand so that we can see you, recognize you, and then you can speak. Yes. Who can who can try for us? I hope you all can hear me.
Yes, sir.
You, sir.
All right. So who can try? Who can make a suggestion,
when an
recommendation?
exercise is
okay, go ahead.
When an exercise become technical, it looks as if people are not with you.
But this is a kind of project, a kind of situation that everyone are likely to meet on site. Eh? So what kind of contract will you recommend for this type of project? What types of contracts? So I would just want you to think. Eh?
I think with the little understanding I can.
Okay, I can see a hand there. Joseph, go ahead, please.
With the explanation so far made with the three types of contracts that can be awarded
it's not limited though. It's not limited to the three types of contracts.
Yes. But I think in this case study, I will, in my opinion, recommend the lump sum contracts.
Okay. Any other suggestion, please? Suggestions, please. All right, Peter Chijoke.
Yes.
You have the floor.
In my own opinion, I will recommend the unit price contract. Simply because
that's a unit rate contract. Yes, you have reasons for it.
Because it has a detailed design and the studies that will be attached to it. So, and also there will be a unit rate for each specific items on the contract.
All right, do we have more hands, more hands, please? We need more hands. This shows that we are following up with what we have just learned. So ability to apply what you have learned is what makes the course very interesting. Because these are some of the things you are going to be applying in your various places of work where you begin to advise your chief executives on the types of contracts to adopt. So any other hands up? If none, maybe I can just come in now. Now, looking at the question before us, a 4-lane highway of 100 kilometers. Now, the first thing you would think is that this contract is not a small contract. Is it a small contract? No. A contract of 100 kilometers. I still recall when they were constructing Owerri Onitsha Express. It's a double lane, is it not? And this one we are talking about a 4-lane. During the construction of Owerri Onitsha Express, it was given to 2 contractors. And it took so many years because in the course of the construction, there were diverse uncertainty that the contractors met. I remember on one occasion I was traveling, I was coming down to Owerri here, and we got towards our mom towards the bridge. There were heavy demonstration, crisis. What was the problem? They said the youth said that the construction company that was involved in the project, that in the course of excavating the soil, they met oil. So crude oil that they were cutting away crude oil. So because of that, the whole community came and stopped the project. And in the course of investigation, the company that was handling the project said that by the time they got to the bridge, that bridge, that descending area, the company said that while they were carrying out their soil test, they discovered that beneath was a loose soil. And if they have decided to put the bridge there, that the bridge is going to sink. So what they did was to do what? To open up the place and remove the loose soil. So, those loose soil, they were more like sludge. Yeah, they were slurries. So, in the process of removing them, they said that thing is crude oil. And that thing really affected that project. So now, I'm just trying to let you know how big a 100-kilometer road is. And now, because it's a big project, you are likely to walk below the ground and also above the ground. And now, remember, we have said that lump sum contracts is used for shorter duration, works that are definite, works that are well defined. But on this case now, this work is not well defined because a lot of uncertainty. As you are progressing in this project, you are going to meet a lot of things. Even there are situations where you are going to meet rock that you need something to blast that rock. So there are some kind of things you are going to meet on this road. So looking at this circumstance, you will bear with me and also agree with me that lump sum contract cannot be well fitted for this.
It cannot, Doc. It cannot.
So I just want us to, discuss it in that direction. Now, moving to the next option. And the next option is unit rate or add measurement or remeasurement contract. Now, if you look at this situation now, this scenario, you discover that one, we have been told that the job is in a rolling terrain with detailed design and geological studies already done by the employer. So what if the employer has been able to do this detailed design? It means they have the capacity to do this work, to supervise this work. So
Definitely.
it means that they can prepare, they have already done all the necessary things. So what it means is that this unit rate can take care of it. And secondly, unit rate can accommodate both small project and long project with long duration. And apart from that, unit rate can also be handle projects below the ground and projects above the ground.
Above.
So now, if you look at this circumstance, you see that unit rate can also do this job. Then moving to the next option, which is
Cost reimbursable.
cost reimbursable. Now, cost reimbursable here is ruled out. Why is ruled out is that you have already been informed that the highway is in a stable country, free from political and other disturbance. There is nothing like Boko Haram here. There is nothing like Niger Delta militants. So it's free from every form of disturbance. So, and since it's free from every form of disturbance, it means that cost reimbursable that is used for emergency projects has also been ruled out. So, considering three basic types of contract we have, we can now say that the unit rate type of contract is more suited for these projects. Any other contributions?
The explanation you've made is just explicit. So it's such that you cannot contest it. So the eyes have it.
Okay, thank you. All right, our monitoring and evaluation officer has an announcement to make, and we are going to allow him to make the announcement so that we can go to the next exercise.
Thank you very much, great participants. I didn't mean I know I would have been in this class before now. Thank you for that. However, my name is Dr. Wanfo Godwin. On behalf of the M&E team, it's expected that you will be filling a feedback form tomorrow that will be posted to your link, the WhatsApp link. So there will be a feedback form for you to fill tomorrow. And again, there will be a post quiz too to wrap up the program. So it's expected that you read your book very well so that you can pass for the certification. Thank you very much. It's expected that those two things are compulsory for the award of the certificate on the completion of the program. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Our M&A evaluation, Dr. Wanfo, we appreciate you for that information, and we are glad you have given us that information. So, so we are going to progress to the next exercise. I hope we are all together.
Absolutely, Doc.
All right, so let's move to the next exercise. And the next exercise reads, the construction of 20 small grain silos on a concrete base from precast concrete cylinders at different sites within the country during a 12-month construction period. Engineering design is done, and the foundation works are simple and involve excavation in common types of soil of not more than 1 meter depth. Soil samples were taken from all the sites, which do not predict any difficulties in foundation works. What type of works contract will you recommend for the above construction? So please, I can see a hand up. Hello, Joseph.
Yes.
You have lowered your hand.
No, I'm still with you. I'm with you, sir. The moment you called my name, so I just
let
me respond.
Okay,
let me respond.
More hands up, please. I want more hands up. Let's discuss this. Let's discuss it. All right, Engineer Kenna, please. Let's give the floor to Engineer Kenna. Let's hear from you. You have the floor now.
Yes, thank you, sir. I will recommend lump sum contract. Reason being that the contract has been designed and it has the variability has been eliminated. So the lump sum contract can handle it properly.
Okay, let's hear other views. Hello, Joseph, you can go ahead with your own contribution. You have the
Yeah,
floor
no,
now.
thank you so much. Thank you so much, because I thought I was still raising my hand. I didn't know I was pulling it down.
Okay.
So from the analysis you've actually given to us, and when you read the exercise precisely very well, you discover that the lump sum is the absolute contract term that should be given to it, because all those risk factors are not there, and we are not designing, and also it is not a state of emergency where we should be looking at the cost possible contract. So precisely all the variables that could have been an issue that would have pushed it into the unitary contract environment has been taken care of. It's a short-term work, 12 months, a period of 1 year, and it's not that kind of a huge financial outlay project. So to this end, the lump sum contract will take care of this. Thank you.
All right, let's hear some view from other participants. Let's hear your voice. Let's hear your voice before we can take a decision on this exercise number 2.
I think they have said all that are supposed to
No,
be
just say something to add to it. You can
said.
just bring out something to support it, or bring out something to say no to it.
All right, sir. I think it's the lump sum is the type of contract that is suitable for this exercise, and looking at all the time is specific, the specified, and then the work is not the cost contract, and the site and everything. There is no risk involved. So I think lump sum is the suitable contract type that is supposed to.
Yeah, you didn't tell us your name.
My name is Hadiza Musa, sir.
All right, thank you so much, Hadiza Musa, for that contribution. And since there is no other hands up, I think I will also join the popular view to say that the lump sum contract is more suited for this project. Now, and if you look at the question, you see that is a construction of 20 small grain, and not just 20 small grain. If you look at also the depth, is just a small grain of 1 meter depth. So what it means is just like a prototype. You construct one, you replicate it in the other areas. So considering that it's a small silo grain that is made of concrete base, so we are looking at the concrete base is what we are looking at. So we agree with that popular view, considering that the soil stamp sample has already been taken, analyzed, and the report shows that the soil sample is very okay, and there is no issue of predicted difficulties in foundation that is likely to arise. So based on those various elements that makes up a lump sum contract, this particular project has such features. So we can agree together that a lump sum contract is well fitted for this project. So I want to thank everyone that contributed and everyone that are listening, also making their contributions through the comments. I want to say a big thank you. So let's look at another exercise here. This other exercise it talks about a major bridge. So it's a major bridge of 2 kilometers across a river, which will connect 2 major highways on both sides of the river. The expectation is that the bridge will be highly trafficked and will save time and distance to the users who will be willing to pay a toll to use the bridge. So thorough site investigations have been done and sample boreholes taken that confirm the suitability of soil to carry the pillars. The pillars here we're talking about We're talking about the columns, the piles. The piles that will carry the bridge. Now, the question before us is, what type of works contract will you recommend for the above construction? So I want to see various contributions on this regards. So if you want to make a contribution, you raise your hand electronically, you tell us your name, and you make your contribution. So over to you all, please. All right, Joseph, your hand is up. Okay, let's first of all give Josie Somalia. Please make your contribution. Joseph has been speaking all this while. Let's give the floor to Josie Somalia. Go ahead, please. Your name and your contribution.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll recommend BOT or concessionary contract. Like you said, because the variables there, point out to the fact that, with the pedestrians almost is ready to pay, toll gates, toll bills, the contract will better be executed, with the use of BOT and money saved for other important projects.
Yes.
Okay, it's all right. Let's hear other views because there are other variables that we have mentioned that will also solve this problem. Yes. Okay. Hadiza, are you making a contribution?
Sorry, sir.
Okay. All right. Next contributions, please. Say something, please. Just say something that will help us to understand this course better. Yes, Engineer Ken, go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. Looking at the contract is a public-private partnership concession contract. So I go with the first person, what he suggested, BOT. That's the contract is designed. We have to be passed through concession. Since in this thing, the users are willing to pay toll, so that after the construction, the contractor can recover his expense in the project. So it's a private, public-private partnership contract.
Yeah. Any other suggestion, contributions? All right. In the absence of any other contributions, I think now let's look at it thoroughly. Looking at this problem, a bridge of 2-kilometer length across river, which will connect two major highways on both sides of the road, of the river. Now, the expectation is that the bridge will be heavily trafficked and will save time and distance to the users who will be willing to pay a toll to use the bridge. The thorough site investigations has been done, and sample was taken that confirm the suitability of so now thorough site investigation has been done and sample was taken, which confirms the suitability of the soil to carry the pillars, talking about the columns or the piles of the bridge. Then we are now asked the type of contract that will be suitable for it. Now, based on the three major types of contracts we talked about and the variants derived from these three major types of contracts, now we'll say one that since the expectation is that the bridge will be heavily trafficked, and we also save time and distance to the users. So definitely, those who are willing might want to take a faster route. It's just like if you travel abroad, there are some traffic routes. There are routes where that is reserved for special people, and if you must drive on that route, you are going to pay higher. So it's like that. You have it like a 4-lane highway. Then during traffic period, 1 lane is a special lane for people who want to drive fast and they want to get to their place of work on time. People who have business appointment to catch up. So in that place, one good thing about them is that nobody will give you ticket, but once your vehicle enters that line, that lane, the camera captures you and bill you the fee. So you are electronically captured, and in less than 30 seconds, you will see a bill on your email and your phone for using that lane. So I think based on that, we can say, okay, this project is a project that is viable on return on investment. So since it's a viable project on return on investment, we can say that the concessionary or the booth project, which is the popular view of the participants, is very, very okay or suitable for this project. I think it's well supported. And if you also look at it, because it's going to be a very heavily traffic place, road, meaning that the booth investors will definitely recover their not just their capital, they will also recover their profit on time. So that is well supported, that the booth concessionary project types of contracts is well suited for this project. And then another one we are going to talk about now is another problem, the design and construction of a cement factory in a pre-selected area convenient for proximity of cement ore. The feasibility study indicates favorable investment return. What type of work contracts will you recommend for the above construction? So over to you all, your comments, your recommendations, please. Did we all get the question?
Absolutely.
All right, so what do you recommend for this project now? The design and construction of a cement factory in a pre-selected area convenient for proximity of cement ore. Let's say example, something like I think at Jokute, Opila, where you have all those cement factories around everywhere. Like the other one for a typical example of that, a major bridge of 2 kilometers is just the second Niger bridge. It's a typical example of such projects that is a revenue earning project. So for this problem now, a design and construction of a cement factory in a pre-selected area. So, all right, let me have your comment, Ahmed Ismail.
Yeah, I suggest we go for unit cost
Okay,
type of
unit
contract.
cost. All
Yes,
right,
sir.
unit cost. All right. Next, please. Next contributions, please.
I think, well, let me, well,
all right, Joseph.
do I have
Hello, Joseph, go ahead.
no, because I want to differ with my colleagues' cost.
Okay.
The,
So tell us
I
the
am,
angle of the disagreement.
yes, because when you look at this project, it's not a long-term duration project with risk, which would have fallen into that unitary contract term, because that particular factor of a long-term project and with risks is actually not tied to it, because you said the design and construction of a Smith factory in a pre-selected area. Like you mentioned, the Ukpila Aziz, you see, convenient for proximity of Smith ore, because they are like trying to also paint a picture of access to the raw material. And you see the feasibility study, which means has been done, because that is how they were able to get it. It's favorable for investment returns, just like what you have in Ukpila there. So this type of contract, I think, in my opinion, is a lump sum contract that will be more appropriate for this.
All right, any other contribution, please? Any other contributions? All right. Engineer Ken, over to you. You have the floor. Any other contributions? All right, let's wrap it up from this angle. Yes, the various contributions, they are all welcome. Now, looking at these projects, the design and construction of a cement factory in a pre-selected area, convenient for proximity of cement ore, the feasibility study indicates favorable investment return. What type of work contract will you recommend for the above construction? Now, if you look at it, you will see that this is a project we can call an innovative project. It's not every company that will be able to build a cement factory. So it's an innovative project. So one would recommend a design and build project, a design and build type of contract. Then also, if you look at it again, because the feasibility study indicates favorable return, investment return. Now, for the private sector also, they will also want to move into BOT. That's build, operate, and transfer. Because the feasibility study has shown favorable investment return. So now, if you look at the design and build are used for innovative buildings. Innovative buildings are buildings that are not common. A cement factory is not a common building. So even if it's not a kind of project you will just throw open for anybody to come and bid. In most cases, you negotiate with the bidders if you want to have the best. So it's an innovative building. I think based on that, one can say that you also know that when you bring in this design and build construct, you are going to also have lump sum and hard measurement contracts that will make it up. So you are still going to make use of them. Even when you are using BOT, you are still going to bring in this what's it called, lump sum and hard measurements to supplement the contract. So I think on this note, we have really tried in this exercise, and I'm very glad that most of the participants participated actively and also understood what we are discussing about works procurement and types of contracts. Another thing I will want to inform us is on the big data sheet. What I'm going to do is that I will send it on the platform, a sample of the big data sheet, so that you can look at it. Then after looking at it, you can use it to customize your organization's bidding sheet. So on this note, once again, I thank every one of you for giving me your attention, listening actively, participating fully, and providing solutions to the various exercise questions that was presented. So you guys have really done well. And if you ask me to rate you guys, I'm going to rate you excellent. You all did excellently. So thank you all for being with us on this February Module 4 procurement section. So thank you all. So I'm going to hand you over back to Professor Woko, who is going to drill us further on the exercises.
Thank you, sir.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for the wonderful lectures, Doc. I think we are done for today.
Okay.
Please, can someone say the closing prayer, a Muslim or a Christian? Please.
Hello, are we doing the closing prayer, sir?
Yes.
Sir?
Can I say
Sir?
Okay.
Yes,
okay, say something.
In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you for the life of
Thank you.
Yeah, Lord, we ask your just mercy.
Amen.
This workshop.
Sir. We will go back and read. It's so technical.
Mandela. Bring my Jim Mandela.
Please, can a Muslim say a prayer too? Please.
اللهم صل على محمد كما صليت وباركت على ابراهيم وعلى ال ابراهيم انك حميد مجيد. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين الحمد لله رب العالمين. فاتحة.
Okay. Please, one more thing. If you have not put down your details on the chat, please kindly put it. And also remember that you will fill your feedback form tomorrow and also your quiz. Try to study and prepare for tomorrow. So tomorrow is by 10, please. Thank you, everyone, for today.
Sir, thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Bless you too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. God
Thank you,
bless you.
Engineer Mike. Well done, job.
Welcome, sir.
Yes, yes. Well done, job. It's not easy.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you
We're
so
seeing
much.
very clearly now. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hello, sir.
We are close to
Hello, sir.
We have closed.
Hello, sir. My hand is up, sir.
All right. If you have a question, you can take the question off my in the chat.
Are you looking at me, sir?
What's your problem, madam?
The quiz. After answering the question, that's the quiz. After the last submission, I do see that you did not spend up to 1 hour on this quiz. As such, I don't know. Must we set up an app to answer the
Are you talking of number one? Are you talking
Yes,
about?
the ones I've been answering, I'm saying you did not send up to the quiz, you're supposed to spend at least an hour.
It's not the quiz.
I
I
don't
told
know
you
what
and I
one will be
explained
doing
this
up
to
to an
you.
hour before
I
answering the
explained
quiz.
this on Monday that if you are doing model 1, when you are reading your model, the model, you must make sure you spend like 1 hour doing it. Not when you open it, you go straight to the quiz. So if you don't spend up to 1 hour, you can't pass to the next thing. So what you do when you start again, go back to that model, time yourself. When you get up to 1 hour, then you can now take the quiz and go to the next thing. If you didn't stay up to 1 hour, you still remain on that place.
Sir, sorry, sir. I have a question too. My name is Ajibodo Agostina, sir. Sir, the modules, you guys do the modules, the questions to be answered there. Are we going to finish the whole 10? Because each module carry 10 questions. Are we going to finish the whole 10 before we can move to the second module?
If you have to finish the whole 10 models in each model, if it's model 1, you do lesson 1, lesson 2 to lesson 12, where it stopped. The same thing model 2, the same thing model 3 and model 4. So you have to do it. If you don't complete it, you won't get your certificate. And also tomorrow you have to prepare for your quiz, your post quiz tomorrow. It's also a criteria for you to be issued your certificate. That's to show that you participated.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. I have an observation, sir.
What is this, sir?
Hello, sir. I have an observation, sir.
I can hear you,
Hello,
Mr.
sir.
Suleiman. Go ahead.
Hello, sir. Are you hearing me, sir?
I can hear you, sir.
We can
Are
hear
you
you.
hearing
Go
me,
ahead
sir?
and speak, please.
In some lesson, the main content of the lesson are missing in some of the lesson.
Which of the lesson, please?
Hello, sir.
Which of the lesson? Let me know.
Hello?
I can
So
hear
it's
you.
not
Which of the
hearing you. Let
lesson?
me ask my question.
Hello, sir. In some of the lesson, the content are missing.
Which of the lesson?
But he can't hear you. I think there is network issue in that on his side. So, sir, I've done like the module 1. I've done, it's not as if it's not opening. It's opening from 1. I've done from 1 to 10, but I realized that at the end, after submitting, they say congratulations. That is, it ends. Congratulations. They will score me. But at the end of the day, I will see that you've not spent up to 1 hour. So I don't know what that means, sir.
Madam, when you are doing it, how many minutes did you spend in doing it?
I don't time myself, but I find out that most of the lesson notes that I've gone through them before now. So it's like
you are the one creating the problem for yourself. If you are doing each lecture, I told you that there is a criteria. 1, you view.
Okay.
2, you spend like 1 hour reading it. So when you are reading it, time yourself. Once it gets to 1 hour, you go to the quiz. Make sure that when you are reading, it will get to 1 hour. Then that 1 hour, if it's 59 minutes, you now use from 59 minutes, you now start doing your quiz. That is 1 hour something. Then the LMS will now capture that you have done up to 1 hour. That's another way of doing it. Even me, as your tutor, it happened to me. If I don't spend up to 1 hour, I won't go to the next stage. That is the standard. You understand now?
Yes,
you have to now, after now, we have closed for the day. Just try it and time yourself. You have a stopwatch. Keep it by yourself and start doing it.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Adishime Henry Ndubisi. I'm from Delta State, sir.
Okay,
For the past 2 days, having network issue, I'm not able to join the meeting. It's only today I'm joining the meeting. And for the quiz, the model, it in the platform.
You know, the wonderful thing about this lecture is that it's on YouTube. If you are following us on YouTube, you can start from the model 1 from Monday to listen to the lectures again.
from the beginning. You can watch it on YouTube. You have to follow us. Then you now check the lectures that you need. Then you listen to the lecturer side sections of the ones you didn't meet up with. I don't know if you get me.
Get to. Are there any material that will be in the email to take?
We don't give out material. Once you log on to the LMS, you see your materials there. Then you now read and write your quiz. So we won't issue you any material. The materials is in the learning management system. That is our own standard, international standard of giving you the lectures.
Okay, what of the model? Is it in the personal email or in the platform? I have not
I
seen
said
it.
in the LMS, have you gotten your access to log into our FUTO LMS system? That's CESPESS LMS system.
No, I'm trying to log in. I'm having the same network. I said,
Once you log in, you now start from the beginning, from module 1, to do your lecture and also do the quiz. When you finish for module 1, you do same for module 2, module 3, and module 4. That's where you stop.
Okay, sorry, sir. What is the procedure to log in?
Don't you have a detail sent to you?
No.
You don't have the details. Check on your WhatsApp group. You will see the details there, how to log into the LMS.
Okay.
It's there on the WhatsApp group and it's pinned on the wall. Mr. Makoro.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Makoro, what's your question?
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm so sorry. I believe this question must have been asked already, but I don't know the answer. That's why I'm asking. When you are going through the LMS, there are assignments that we're meant to do. How do we submit them when we do them? And is this supposed to be typed or it's handwritten? Thank you, sir.
So some of the case studies, I think there are email attached to it. You send to that email. If
Okay,
it's
sir.
model 1, I know there is email attached to those case studies. You now send your answers to that email because the assignment was not embedded in the LMS. Because if it's embedded in the LMS, that means you have to do it. Once you do it and submit, then you go to the next level. But this one is something of giving you a hands-on, which you can now on your own do and now send letter. That's
Okay,
that
sir.
particular case study.
Okay, sir. Then secondly, sir, about the standard bidding documents that the previous lecturer spoke about, is there a way we can reach out to him? Because I personally have had some challenges editing it to suit my organization. So is there a way I can reach out to him with those problems?
Yes, now that means this one you are talking about consultancy. You have my number, take my number, then you chat me up.
Okay, what's your number, sir?
080.
I don't have it.
080 377
Go ahead, sir.
080 377
I'm with you.
14 993.
993.
Engineer Dr.
Okay,
Mike.
thank you very much, sir.
Okay, Engineer Dr. Michael Legara.
Yeah, I can see your name.
Yes, the project management officer,
Okay,
logistics and transport. Also the risk management officer.
Project manager. Okay. Okay, sir. Sir, you mentioned something about a quiz tomorrow.
Yes,
I will, sir. I will by the end of the week.
just once you message me on WhatsApp, we discuss more.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Adiza.
Hello, sir.
What's your question? Good afternoon.
Sir, in module 1, there's the last lesson, that's Federal Government Procurement Act. It doesn't open at all.
The last lecture, I will confirm.
The last lesson, after lesson 10, there's one that wasn't labeled. Yes, the last one.
I will check and confirm.
Okay,
Maybe
sir.
it's technical issue. I will check.
Okay, sir.
Hello, hello, sir.
Thank you. Yes,
Hello, sir.
Mr. Suleiman.
Yes, sir. In module 2, the two assignment that was given there is no button for submission.
There's no problem now. Once you finish it
Hello,
now,
sir.
once you finish it, you can attach your assignment and send to my email or send to your WhatsApp. Then I will forward it to the owner. Write the owner, the name of the lecturer. Then once I see it, I will forward it to the lecturer that has the assignment.
What is your email, sir? What is your email, sir?
I will put it on the chat now. You see my
Your email, sir.
I'm putting it on the chat.
Oh, noted. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello,
Okay,
sir.
sir. Thank you.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, as regard to the question, my other Mrs. Adiza asked, as regard to that, the module 1, the act that is not opening. When
Okay.
she checked on her dashboard, there is a drop down list of
Turn it off.